welcome to the stream. Good morning, guys. Hello. Oh my god. Holy shit. Lol the troll with 10 gifted memberships. Holy feckin' moly. Lol the troll, thank you so much for the 10 gifted, buddy. That was very, very generous of you. Appreciate that. It is Monday. Jesus. There's a car alarm going off right outside our apartment. It is so loud. What the fuck? There we go. Welcome, guys. Mr. Feeney, Vague Contempt, Beast Mall Special, Darth, Emoon, Tim, Sagan, Vladimir Putin, LMP Mars, SE4 Dub, Emoon Phi, Reftop, Chillfully, Chordium, Major Allsham, J Dandy, DG, Hippie, Mercury Shadow, Deceit, The Rad, Chicken Marsala, Fishing Fan, Gordon. Good morning, good morning. Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I played the absolute shit out of Death Stranding 2 this weekend. I've set up an intricate zipline system in the mountains. I'm very, very close to the end of the game, but I want to grind out all of the roads and the pavers, the zip lines. Okay, we are going to jump right into this one this morning. Hassan Piker interviewed a mayoral candidate. She, as I understand, is decently progressive. As I understand. And he purity tested the absolute shit out of her. Like into oblivion. Over Israel. Because of course you would do that with a Los Angeles mayoral candidate. Because that makes sense. Leftists are not happy with this interview. Oh no, they're pissed. They're pissed. They're furious. This woman utterly failed the test. And then yeah, he filmed like a follow-up where he was complaining about the reactions to it. It's like, it's a whole thing, guys. It's a whole thing. Okay, we're going to jump right into this. Let's go. Boom.
So are you. Yeah. All right.
You want me here?
Yeah, let's have you right there. All right, Nancy.
Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on. I don't even know. Should we jump into straight? Hang on. We need to watch something else first, okay? It's about the snarky stuff. An up-and-coming YouTuber by the name of Kuiman went live yesterday and talked about the recent leaky stuff and claimed that this was all an operation. All of this to bring the snarkers down is all an operation to protect Israel. And I'm pretty sure he's not kidding. I'm pretty sure it's not a joke. It's a lot. It's once again with these people, it's a lot. He did this whole like 30-minute speech about how free speech is being assaulted and how it's being done to protect Israel. I'm not making it up.
For the terrible crime of doxing in sector troll groups 4 years ago. Okay? And apparently that means everyone has to disown Shamu. Seems to be the prescription here. Now, I don't have any hard lines for association. I've literally never enforced hard lines for association. I say that if you have hard lines, you should stick to them. So I will not be totally disowning Shamu. That will not be happening. And I want to use this as sort of an opportunity to go into a bit more of this. Because stuff that all of us, and I say this, not just talking to my chat right now, speaking broadly, people who enjoy this kind of content, people who make this kind of content, that the principles and standards that you probably hold quite dearly are under attack in a way they really haven't been since Keffels.
I don't know what any of that means. You know, like I have no idea what any of that means. He's doing the Trumpy thing. Like, Trump is kind of brilliant for doing this. Like, Trump will reframe attacks on him as being attacks on, like, MAGA, like everyone. And he's kind of doing that here.
Frankly.
This is bigger than me. They're not just attacking me. They're attacking free speech. We're all under attack. He's tilted? Oh yeah. 100%. 100%. They're all tilted. All of them. They're all tilted. They're turning on each other. We got irrational chud. Or chud logic, whatever the fuck his name is. He's turning on them, and then they're turning on him, and then they're all acting a bit paranoid, and, you know, it's just a lot. It's a lot.
And it's pretty disgusting. It's pretty disgusting. Let me just think how I'm going to say this. I'm a very abrasive person. Okay, I understand not liking me. I understand having it out for me. In fact, I totally get that. Okay? What I did hope, is that there were some people that were discerning enough. And there are, in fairness. I'll give one credit, one shout out. Specific shout out. Styro No One. This guy fucking hates me. He's an RFC guy. But I see him standing on...
Did you see Tactical Templar's tweet that he tagged you in about Nicandros? No, I did not look at my mentions this weekend. I was remarkably offline this weekend. It was nice. I only spent like 30 minutes being online this weekend.
You know, what he obviously should believe. What I would assume he believes. Total random shitter, just a random shout. Just to cite one person that I saw being quite discerning about this stuff. But yeah, you don't see it from a lot of content creators, to be honest. You really don't. So I don't know how I want to really go about explaining this. Because it's something I want to try and convey. But it's tricky. It's tricky, man. There are some base level principles in this kind of content creation, in this sort of, I don't want to say sector because that is a specific thing, but this area of the internet.
Okay, hit me with them.
The idea that when you participate online as part of a community, you are responsible for your actions. You are not responsible for the actions of everyone around you. Or if you post on a subreddit, you're not responsible for every discrete instance of harassment.
Mind you, this is the same guy who has been... He and his community have been trying to, like, hit me with a guilt by association destiny thing for, like, a year and a half straight. Even though, like, I don't co-sign everything Destiny does. And I'm not even especially close with Destiny, and I never have been. but they have been trying to guilt by association me for like Destiny stuff forever. Like I'll post something on the internet and like sometimes half the replies will be these little fucking twerps posting something that Destiny said like a week before. You're like, oh yeah, what about this? It was like, what the fuck do I have to do with that? I have nothing to do with that. And now he's singing a different tune, I suppose. You're only responsible for your own behavior.
Especially illegal harassment that happens as a result of the general air of negativity towards a person. Great example of this. Some of you may remember back in the Keffals drama, Stardust had a big fight with Keffals that resulted in Keffals screaming obscenities at Stardust.
Don't remember this.
Because Stardust stood by Flamenco. For those who don't know, Flamenco obviously would fuck around with doxes. He threatened to send letters to Xanderhall's mother. And he would post on Kiwi Farms very frequently. Very big KF poster. And Stardust defended him firmly. And honestly, that's one of the few times where I've thought Stardust won a debate. I thought Stardust did well there. That was one of the few times ever where she stood firmly on the idea that Flamenco isn't responsible for your swatting. It's not just group harassment because he's on the forum. But that's totally been abandoned. That has totally been abandoned by these people. And that is a core principle that allows not just KF to operate and people there to be able...
Let him cook a little bit. Let him cook a little bit. He's working his way up to it. But he ties it all to Israel in the next like 10 minutes. Like apparently the walls are closing in and the logs are leaking because Israel. I'm not kidding. Not a joke.
Able to talk their shit. But allows DGG to operate. It allows Leftovers H3 to operate. It allows H3 Productions to operate. Because
Shriavora with the 77 months, Ogre Boy wears a shock collar when he masturbates. Only gets a shock on climax. Ew.
There are always negative, illegal, harassing behaviors that occur as a result of significant negative attention online, but not each individual engaging with the negativity is responsible for each discrete act of harassment. You are responsible for harassment that you do, which hopefully you don't do.
Come the fuck on. That's his whole brand. That's like him and his audience, their whole brand is just like harassing people. What is this?
So I really do feel like with a lot of the lawsuit and doxing stuff that's going on here, I would hope there are a lot more people that are willing to sort of put differences aside. You know, this isn't really a matter of whether someone says slurs or whether someone's right wing or whether someone's a communist, whether someone's a tanky, an ML. The principles that allow...
This should be something that unites us all because Israel is cracking down on free speech. They're coming after all of us. It may be me today, but you tomorrow. So you should stick up for me.
How this type of content to continue should matter to all of us. They should matter to all of us. And a key point to this is that when you're going against that, you don't win by betraying what you're fighting for, you know? You do not win by adopting the tactics of the enemy. You know?
What the fuck? Oh my god. In his mind, he's on like, you know, he's like deep in the trenches in World War I, you know? Like he's just out here every day fighting the good fight.
No. You see people say this sort of stuff a lot of the time. People wanting to take things further. They see someone do something absolutely insane, horrible, and they want to take things further. They want to retaliate. But you literally can't. You literally can't. You have to maintain the high ground every time. You cannot allow yourself to just become whatever it is you've got a problem with. You can't start filing lawsuits because, oh, well, fuck them. Fuck them. You can't start doxing because, oh, well, fuck them. They did it. You can't start lying because, oh, well, fuck them, they do it. Dan's doing it all the time. You can't just start doing that. But you do need to hold firm. And you do need to be aggressive. Okay? You do need to hold firm, and you do need to be aggressive, and you need to stand confidently. You can't, this bitchy, almost, I don't want to call it infighting, because there isn't this broad group, but the idea, so for instance, here, I'll give you an example. I will frequently see, I'll use myself as an example. I will frequently see, say something gets posted of me, there will be a comment from someone who will agree with me on the core issue being discussed, and it's a very important issue, and it should be an important issue to them. But you may see a comment say, oh, well, why are you supporting this guy? He says the N-word on Kick. I don't at this point anyway. I don't do that. But you know what I mean. They'll say something like that. And that's got to stop, I think. I'm not saying that about me, that you've got to stop saying things about me. I'm saying, broadly,
yes, you are.
About this stuff.
You are saying that. What do you mean?
Some of these internal differences. An example of someone else, Bungie, recognizing some of the existential issues that are being presented to this space right now.
He's like, this isn't about me. I'm not talking about me. Well, why did you invoke a specific example involving you?
He's taking stands on the right side of that. I don't care if he supports Restore. I don't care if he thinks, you know, black people are disproportionately low IQ, or whatever the fuck Bungie thinks. I actually don't know what Bungie thinks. Whatever he thinks. I don't care in the context of this, right? There may be another time where he's expressing that, where it's worth me fighting with that. But when there is a concerted effort to fracture and smother an effective ecosystem,
they are feeling it, boys and girls. They are feeling the heat, you guys.
that's a problem. That's a real big problem, and that should be really kind of, you know, firmly opposed by everyone.
Yeah, define effective. What do we mean by that? Yeah.
In a firm line. Stylo, stop saying Bungie's a restore vet. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. Where was I? So yeah, but Bungie recognizes that, I think. Where was I? You throw me off. I've got where I got up to. Someone remind me where I was.
Relatable. I understand.
Oh, yeah. Smother and fracture an effective ecosystem. That was it. That's where I was up to. Yeah, it should be firmly opposed. And you have to consider as well sort of the context this is happening in, right? And why it's being portrayed the way it is.
Okay. Break it
Destiny
down.
has spun up this narrative that this server has existed for 2 years. Why is he saying it's existed for 2 years when it's actually existed for 10 months?
I think it was literally just like a simple little accident, like a simple little mistake. Like I don't think it's that deep.
Well, just think about that time scale. What would that encompass? What would that encompass? It would encompass his allegations, everything leading up to them, and everything he did in response, right? So
I don't even know what he's alleging here.
So it is a retroactive justification, an attempted vindication narrative to make it seem as though the only reason anyone ever even cared about the fact he was sharing nudes without consent is because
I think it was literally just like a meaningless mistake. It was like, 10 months instead of a couple years or something. I don't think it meant anything.
Other people were spinning it up in the background. But we know that's untrue, don't we, guys? We know that's untrue. Because not only does the timeline make no sense, but Destiny himself, in this Bob 7 manifesto, destroyed Bob 7 for doing exactly that, for sharing a nude of Melina with Bose on a screen share in Discord. And in that manifesto, Destiny had admitted to doing the same behavior himself in the past and having issues with Melina over it. So we know it's total bullshit to pretend that this is just a manufactured standard that no one truly cares about.
Here's what I'm confused about. They seem to be upset that there's like a drip, drip, drip strategy going on here. But I think one of them has the full logs. Because how else was Chud Logic able to get like an unredacted version of something that Dan posted? And it's like, so if one of them has the full logs, why don't they just post the full logs then? Why don't they just do that? Right? Am I overthinking this? The handle with €2. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Because Destiny himself has cared about it, or claimed to care about it in the past. Even destroyed someone's online career over it. Deliberately, actively, actually destroyed someone's career over it. I'm not going around getting into private calls with Destiny's friends, recording them, and then chopping it up and trying to spin a narrative on my stream, am I? That's what Destiny did with Bob 7. That's what Destiny did with Bob 7. So it's all projection. It's all a retroactive vindication. That's what it's all about. And then, so that's the sort of drama context here, guys. But drop that into the broader context.
Okay, here we go. This is where it gets fun.
The broader context. What's actually happening here? And it depends how schizo you want to go with this, really, doesn't it?
And boy, does he go schizo with it.
You're in a world where I'm going to go full schizo. I'm going to go full schizo on this.
Okay.
You live in a world where Paramount has merged and owns the Free Press. Barry Weiss has been installed as the editor of the Free Press. The Ellisons own TikTok.
You can see where this is going immediately. You can see where this is going. Dude. It's like kind of, it's like almost like beyond like Zog kind of posting. It's kind of beyond that. Some of you guys are typing it in the chat. It's kind of beyond just like Zog posting. It feels like a little bit further than that.
And all social media seems to be disproportionately moderating, boosting, you know, content of a certain persuasion.
Guys, is he... I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. Somebody else say it. See, I didn't know this about Kuimon. I had no idea. No, I don't mean dumb. I mean like, is he a fan of mid 20th century European history? Put it that way. Is that what's going on here? Because I'm getting some vibes. Just like listen to this. Like listen to what he says here. Hang on.
It depends how schizo you want to go with this, really, doesn't it? You're in a world where, like, mind you, I just need to remind you guys, because the context of this is a snarker Discord channel, like, logs got leaked. That's the context. And all of a sudden he starts talking about Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison and views of a certain persuasion. Schizo you want to go with this, really, doesn't it? You're in a world where I'm going to go full schizo. I'm going to go full schizo on this. You live in a world where Paramount has merged and owns the Free Press. Barry Weiss has been installed as the editor of the Free Press. The Ellisons own TikTok. And all social media seems to be disproportionately moderating, boosting, you know, content of a certain persuasion.
There's like a few different ways that you could read that, I suppose.
That appears to be what's happening online over the last couple of years. And then you see these content creators that are aligned with a certain side, that are willing to use every tactic possible to crush the opposition. And they are benefiting massively from this industrial force, this international industrial force behind them.
All this over like a leaked Discord. He wasn't lying about going schizo with him.
To try and, yeah, I don't want to say it, but it is kind of Israel. It's on.
Where's that clip of Kanye West talking about the psychiatrist that diagnosed him bipolar? And he goes, now I don't want to say what kind of person this was, but he was a Jew. Who's got that one clip of that? Someone help me find that. It was a Jewish doctor. Probably like the third funniest Kanye West clip.
Online Israel. They are perfectly aligned on that cause, and they benefit massively from the industrial machine that keeps that running. So again, you can't, you know.
CR We Venture, thank you so much for $2 benefiting by being demonetized on YouTube. Odd Human Steve with $5. I just love how goobers like this guy and J-Stock have to cover drama slop and harass people because they don't offer anything entertaining. SMH. The handle, did I get you for two euros? Thank you. Did you find it supposedly fun? Are you rickrolling me here?
The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
To try and, yeah, I don't want to say it, but it is kind of Israel. It's online Israel.
It's so good, man. Come on. The parallels are too good.
They are perfectly aligned on that cause, and they benefit massively from the industrial machine that keeps that running. So again,
Tyler Evett Shimsk, thank you so much for $5. I hate when I'm on a flight and I wake up with a water bottle next to me like, oh great, now I gotta be responsible for this water bottle. From the Ashes with $2. When in doubt, blame the Steins. Same 3,000-year-old strat. Stonefist with 2 months. How Israeli of them.
Again, you can't, you know. You can't stoop to their level, but you can't. You have to be firm. You can't stoop to their level, but you have to hold a firm line. You cannot allow people to, you know, do this divide and conquer bullshit and try and police associations based on some shit that happened years ago, that someone doesn't even do anymore, that you've got no evidence of doing, and it's built into a total lie narrative that is made to vindicate someone on their sex crimes and crush the opposition to their political perspective, right? Because that's what it is. Think about...
Wait, is it about Destiny? Like, is it about Destiny's court case, or is it about Israel? Or is it both? Because that's kind of convenient if it's both. That's like very efficient. 2 birds, 1 thing. But he's kind of jumping back and forth between like the Steins own the media, but also Destiny's doing this to crush people for exposing his sex crimes or something.
How all this works together, guys. Think about how all this works together. Why did Destiny cozy up to the commentary community all those years ago? Did he do it because the commentary community is a totally inconsequential machine for influencing online opinion? Or did he do it for the opposite reason? Because actually, the ability to reach young men who otherwise feel apolitical, disaffected, or whatever, that's actually a very, very good method of influencing people's opinions.
To be fair, if I recall correctly, Destiny was kind of talking to anybody. Isn't that kind of how he's worked for years? Isn't it the case that Destiny kind of goes into like any space? It could be like a 20 viewer Andy doing a panel or something like that. Like, I felt like he just went everywhere.
And that those people are often very active online and willing to spread the message further. It's probably more likely the latter, isn't it? It's probably more likely the latter. So why is it that suddenly, when that's been torn away, all of a sudden every tactic is on the table to try and crush what has replaced it? It should be pretty obvious to you guys. It's because people were being too effective. All comes after the Kilo video. Nicandros gets targeted because he argued with Dan on Twitter. Leftovers H3 are being targeted because Ethan was being smeared as a Zionist, something that he 100% is.
I think it was more the CPS call. I gotta be honest with you. I think that's the thing that like lit the fire under Ethan, which, you know, that kind of makes sense. As soon as you start fucking with somebody's kids and then involve the state, and then you do that to someone as spiteful as Ethan is at times, you know, that's a pretty strong incentive to take a big swing back.
It's just so, if you just open your eyes and look at the big picture here, it's so fucking obvious. And I just wish there were a few more people out there, a few more content creators, a few more people, a few more communities that saw it, that kind of saw through it and recognized what's on the line here, what's actually on the line here when you allow.
So it's about Ethan being pissed that he was smeared as a Zionist and Destiny covering up his sex crimes, but also Israel. That's above it all. Got its tentacles and everything. And I just wish other people saw it as clearly as I do.
Allow this insane, litigious freak to try and shut down anyone calling him a Zionist.
It's all connected. Yep.
And bang
Connect the dots, you fucking idiots.
Saying free Palestine in the wake of October 7th is saying they love Hamas and they deserve to have their family shot, killed, and burned in front of them. Recognize what's on the line when you're allowing that to happen. Recognize what's on the line when you don't take a firm stand on that. Recognize how the abandonment of that principle could come back to fuck you very quickly. Could come back around and fuck you very fucking quickly. That principle that you've relied on for your entire career, that you may have made tens of videos defending.
Did he just say tens? Did he just say tens of videos?
First I came for Hassan. Again, that's a corny quote, but absolutely true. But absolutely true. That should have been your warning sign, you know. And we're way deep into it now, you know. Hassan should have been your warning sign.
Repurposing a poem about the Holocaust. Was it a poem? A saying? Repurposing a poem about the Holocaust. To apply it to your Snarker Discord getting leaked. And then people fucking with you. Flickerless screen with $5. Ethan was already abusing copyright, making legal threats, and planning to sue people about him before CPS. Use your brain. I don't know what you're talking about there. Stonefist, did I get you for the tier 1 membership? Thank you, buddy.
Casey Tron Frogan, Danny.
Bad Company with $5. I remember when Kuimon tried to have a conversation with you early on in chat, called him out for the weirdo he is, W community. I don't even want to unpack that whole thing again. I had no idea. People were warning me, and I had no idea just like how unhinged like that this whole community is. I genuinely had no idea.
And definitely should have been. The Snark lawsuit, dude, if you weren't off by that, you're a fucking insane person. Noah Sampson being sued for saying he backed the...
Oh, the banner. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, let me figure that out.
Genocide. Now it is patently obvious what's happening here. Now it is patently obvious what's happening here. The goal is to litigate criticism of Israel in a courtroom because people understand that their position has influence. That Ethan Klein understands that him being labeled as this crazy Zionist not just makes people hate him more, but makes people hate his country more, his wife more, all this stuff. And so he has both personal and political incentives to try and shut that down as hard as fucking possible.
What the fuck? His country more?
Dude, if you weren't off by that, you're a fucking insane person. Noah Sampson being sued for saying he backed the genocide. Now it is patently obvious what's happening here. Now it is patently obvious what's happening here. The goal is to litigate criticism of Israel in a courtroom because people understand that their position has influence. That Ethan Klein understands that him being labeled as this crazy Zionist not just makes people hate him more, but makes people hate his country more, his wife more, all this stuff. And so he has both personal and political incentives to try and shut that down as hard as fucking possible.
I think, I don't know, there's a couple different possibilities here. It's possible that Kuiman is legitimately like Groyper adjacent. And he genuinely believes this unhinged rant that he's doing. It's also possible that all of this is just like manipulation. Maybe he suspects that there are Groyper adjacent people in his audience, and so he's just appealing to them with this like nonsense, knowingly manipulating. I don't really know. It's like one of those two things. It's definitely one of those two things.
But people just don't clock that. People just don't clock that. People want to pretend there's no underlying motive. So there's no broader narrative motive here. It's just shit flinging. It's just shit flinging. No, there is power centralized in a lot of these communities around a lot of these content.
He said he's Jewish? Oh man. Okay. Well, now this is like a third layer. Okay. It's possible that he fucking hates his parents. I'm going to throw that in the mix.
Creators, there is power and influence centralized around them, and they have to maintain that. And they will try and pretend like they're not doing it for Israel or for politics or something like that, but that is always in their mind. That is always in their mind, and it comes out in their actions. It comes out in their target selection. It comes out in their actions. It comes out in the opinions they express. It comes out in what they cover. And it goes all...
His core principle is he just hates destiny, LOL. I think Israel seems to be a big part of his core principles. Is what it looks like.
All the way down. I'm not just talking about Destiny, Ethan, whoever here. I'm talking about Nick. You know? I'm talking about Augie. I'm talking about myself. Everyone has an understanding of how this actually works, really, deep down.
Iraqi, this is very low tier stuff, but he's objectively correct here. Ethan has mainstreamed his promotion of Israel and brought it to the forefront of his content, which is antithetical to the tide of anti-Israel sentiment sweeping the vast majority of young people in America. I mean, just explain to me how calling what was happening in Gaza a genocide like by December 2023, maybe even before that. Like, how does that fit into that? I don't know how to make sense of that. This is the same behavior that we saw when all of that stuff popped off, when Ethan and Hassan had their breakup, because Hassan's community turned on Ethan, like rabidly turned on him. It was the same kind of thing. They were accusing Ethan of being this like ultra rabid Zionist. And Ethan was over here saying that, you know, Palestine deserves to be free, and Netanyahu is like a war criminal, and Israel's doing a genocide, but he believes in a two-state solution. And so to them, that's the equivalent of being an ultra-Zionist, and it's just so insane. It's so fucking insane. And the other thing too is like everybody in both chats right now, if you guys were raised with Judaism, as a Jewish person, with a Jewish family, you know, like you guys probably would have, what is it called again? The trip that you take to Israel, birthright? You guys probably would have taken a birthright citizenship, birthright trip. You probably would have had a positive view of Israel growing up. You know? Is it called Aliyah? Is that what it's called? And what happened with Ethan is like you would think that most people would think that that would be like kind of best case scenario, you know, like Seth Rogen talked about his experience being raised Jewish and being taught that you know, never being taught about like what the Arab population calls like the Nakba, you know, like never being taught about their perspective, you know, and then you get older and you discover some things and you condemn this and you condemn that. That's like, you know, pretty good trajectory if you're someone who like really deeply cares about this issue. But it's not enough because Ethan stopped short of, you know, one state solution. And so he's just, from that point on, he was like an ultra Zionist. It's so fucking insane.
People will try and pretend, like Chud, will try and pretend to absolve himself of any responsibility, that there is no influence from any YouTube video ever, that watching a Turkey Tom video on...
Why are you speaking in such generalities here? That's complete BS. Jews are not a people who don't argue with each other. The argument that no Jew as a kid heard the Arab side of the argument is just false. You can't imagine being raised Jewish and not being taught about the Palestinian perspective. You can't even imagine that? Really? Are you fucking with me? You genuinely can't imagine that? I am Jewish, Hutch. It's just BS. So your experience as a Jewish person is like the universal experience? Every kid is indoctrinated in some kind of way growing up. This is not something that's limited to one religion or another religion, etc., etc. Hutch, make no mistake. This guy doesn't give a fuck about Israel. This is nothing but an appeal to that crowd to help him. He's nothing but a snarker. He's not a political person. Well, I knew that about Guimon. I don't think he's motivated by politics, like, at all. Hutch, you are being stun-locked. Okay, yeah, you're probably right about that.
On, you know, the Charlie Kirk shooting, where he says, Charlie Kirk was a little bit controversial. Anyway, there's a trans cult spreading widely across the internet, like that Crimes New Romans guy said. People want to pretend there's no influence that it has, because they want to both absolve themselves of any responsibility so that they can sleep easy at night when they know they're betraying their principles, and also so that people are unable to latch on to something they say and make a criticism of them that bites. Because if you say that I have no influence, I have no effect, you're able to take the wind out of a lot of criticisms. But that's
CR We Venture with $5. Why don't you try steel manning him? Says the same people who have never steel manned a single thing from their enemy is good one, buddy. I didn't see that. Flickr list screen with $5. November 2024, false DMCA takedowns of Reddit posts. December 2024, legal threats against Reddit. January 2025, copyright plan to sue pro Pally creators. March 2025, CPS. Well, hold on. The Reddit post, I don't remember what that was about. But it obviously escalated. I don't know why you're fighting me on this one. It obviously escalated dramatically after the CPS stuff. But the CPS stuff was like that was not like the first shot across the bow. Like it had been intense harassment for the previous year. It took, how long did it take Hassan's audience to flip on Ethan? It was very shortly after October 7th. Very shortly. Because Ethan was saying, you know, holy fuck, some of the commentary I'm seeing from people is crazy. There were people that were glorifying the violence on October 7th. There were people that were pushing all kinds of insane conspiracy theories, accusing the Israeli government of invoking like the Hannibal Directive. And like there were people at the time, I spoke with one of them on my stream. He jumped in my Discord and we talked about it. This was like the fringe, like really deeply online people that were saying that it was like an IDF Apache helicopter that killed all those people at the rave. Like it just doesn't make any fucking sense. There was some unhinged shit that like commentary takes that occurred like right after October 7th. And some of it was popping up in like Hassan's community, his Discord in particular, that had to get nuked as I understand it because there was some crazy rhetoric that was going on. ZJM, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. So like the CPS thing, that was not like the beginning. That was not what started this whole thing. You don't remember they like somebody made an animated cartoon of Ela murdering Palestinian kids. It was fucking insane. Like it was actually fucking insane. It was so foul. And people spun her story of like going on a ride along in, I don't even remember what the city was, Ramallah. They were calling her the Butcher of Ramallah because she was like a bored fucking 18-year-old that went on a ride along, which she was clearly disturbed by. And just people came up with all these insane narratives about Ela. It was like such intense harassment. That would have driven me insane. Like I might have wanted to like fight back if I had been subjected to that. I'm like 1/100th the size of Ethan, and if I imagine the level of fucking harassment that he was getting at the time, I might want to do some drastic measures. Wouldn't you? It's all very you know, pretty intense. Pretty fucking intense. Dude, the post-October 7th online climate was just so fucking intense, man. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back, okay? Love you guys. I'll be right back.
Not a matter of like, you know, necessarily, I don't think I'm fighting as a member of the resistance or any kind of shit like that, but it's just, for lack of other vent valves, fucking with someone that's accessible, that has an audience that you think is politically harmful.
There's another vent valve that you could use for release.
And doing battle in the marketplace of ideas, you'll settle for that. That's at least something. And if you feel like you can change a couple people's minds, you tried. You know what I mean? But that's all I've ever done. I can't speak for anybody else that's ever been in a Discord ever, but that's been my motivation and my reasoning for doing a lot of this shit. A lot of what you see me do on here every night, 6 nights a week, you know, fucking be that as it may, A lot of what you see me do on here is what I would have fucking been doing anyway. Except I'd just be playing video games while I did it. I just don't play video games anymore. But that's fine. Otherwise, you know, I turn on the camera, or maybe I put the fucking puppet out there. I yap, I play videos, I fucking snark on these sons of bitches, and by that I mean just be critical. That's snark is the new critical. And then that's it.
I take snark to mean like targeted harassment, you know, coordinated targeted harassment is what I take that word to mean. It goes beyond just like criticizing, which, to be clear, this man for sure fully participated in that kind of stuff.
That's what I'm doing. He doesn't have to make it sound anything other than what it is.
I don't know. I've never thought of it that way. Well, to me, like I associate snark with like the Ethan stuff specifically. I don't know. What do you guys think of when you think of snark? I think of something that goes beyond, you know, I think of like a community that is dedicated to like hating a particular creator. And then a lot of that like graduates into the coordinated targeted harassment. I can't wait for the snarker files. Oh, I'm sure they're coming. I'm sure they're coming. So I'm sure they'll be made public at some point. This was a 24/7 surveillance operation.
Get over your fucking self. That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's true. I mean, listen, there's a bit of hyperbole here. They were focused on like a lot of people. It wasn't just me, and I was not even close to the amount of attention that people like Ethan and Destiny got. But the point was like there was always someone like chatting in the Discord. Like there was just a never-ending conversation, and they're all like targeting this creator and that creator and this creator and that creator. And there were like some times where they were like more focused on me than other times. But yeah, no, it was just like never ending, like digital war. Like you could tell they all think that they're like these digital foot soldiers, you know, fighting for Hassan Piker and against these like evil liberals and destiny orbiters and Zionists, and it's basically exactly what you would imagine based on their behavior. Just imagine what that would look like in a Discord server. And yeah, it probably looks exactly. All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Joe Tickner with $5. You've been sufficiently entertaining lately. Hey. Thank you so much for saying that. Appreciate that. Dwayne with $10. Anyone claiming Ethan is going after pro-Palestine creators is already bad faith. Ethan is pro-Palestinian. He just doesn't think Israelis would let the country be dissolved. Thank you for the $10. All elite memes with the tier 1 membership for 7 months. They frame Ethan as ontologically evil to justify it 100,000%. Tim the Blair with the tier 1. I see bald faith so often in my chat that my brain turned it into that. Tim the Blair, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate that. Super duper scooper with $10. Not saying it's impossible for a Jewish kid to be sheltered from Arab argument, but it's a minority. American Jews overwhelmingly are Dems. Israeli Jews are overwhelmingly exposed to Arab argument. Well, listen, I wasn't trying to say that it's like an absolutist thing. Like no Jewish person has ever taught about any part of like the Arab perspective. That's certainly not what I was saying. But if you're raised Jewish, then there's a very decent chance, just like if you're raised Catholic or if you're raised Buddhist, there's a very decent chance that you're going to have a very like one-sided perspective of things as a child. And then you get older and you learn different perspectives, and that's just like a normal part of growing up. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to fucking. I feel like we're going down a road here, where we're like relitigating like the post October 7th climate, and I definitely do not want to. I'd rather not do that. That we spent months fucking arguing about this and that and this and that and this and that.
It's not true. But that's a lie. People do have influence. And it's obvious they do. you will hear Diorio viewers say things like, dude, nothing has made me hate the pro Pally cause more than seeing Nick cover Casey Tron Denims and Frogan. They say that. They say that. You can find Reddit comments saying that. You can find YouTube video comments saying that. Because that is the purpose of the content. Whether Nick wants to consciously accept it or not, that is the purpose of the content. It is to absolve Ethan, and by extension, absolve Israel. And that's why there's so many interesting...
Oh my God, you guys. God damn it. It's so fucking demented.
parties. That's why the ADL latches onto his campaigns. That's why Dan works with the ADL. That is how it functions. So there really is quite a lot when you're, you know, when you are posting like hell, there really is quite a lot against you, okay? You are actually going up against quite
Israel. In his mind, he's going up against like Israel and the Israel lobby.
Sophisticated international psyop machine.
I had no idea. I knew he was like a little bit unhinged. I didn't know it was like this. I've never seen any clips of him talking like this. So we see this as anti-Semitic, right? Those are like, I don't know how you could avoid those vibes. I don't know how you could avoid like the just blatantly anti-Semitic vibes from this whole rant that he's doing here. It's like so Zog-brained, but it feels like a little bit like more advanced than just like, because Zog is a little more kind of, I guess like subtle. Like the Zog stuff is a little bit more subtle than just like going full Kanye, for example, but it's like very, just, it feels like very explicitly anti-Semitic.
And Stale, you know, I spoke to Stale the other day. Stale's got some crazy claims he makes about this stuff. This was said in the public VC, so I'll just share it now. Stale literally claims, this is what Stale claims. Stale claims, no joke, that FBI agents or government agents contacted him through family members to inquire why he was deleting so many negative posts about Casey Tron and Denims. Now, I don't know that I believe that. I don't know that I believe that.
Why the fuck would you mention it then?
I wouldn't go the full way. I would need to see a bit more. I would need to see way more, you know? I would never stake anything on that. I would literally never stake anything on that. Don't get too excited by that, because
Ooh, there's a new Lanterns teaser. I'm excited about that show.
I would literally never stake anything on that. Ever. Ever. You know? That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. However, the point that's being made there...
Yeah, he's just asking questions, yes.
...in that story is true. The point is true.
Nobody shop with $10. The truth of the matter is the snarker people are losing their minds because what they have been doing is coming out. According to Destiny, more will come. Can't hide in secret discords anymore. Again, I don't have it. Just to be clear, I don't have any advanced knowledge about what is going to happen. So just to clear that up, but these logs are out there. If I got my hands on them, I'm like a what? I'm like a small to mid-sized streamer. I'm on the spectrum between small and mid-sized streamer. And if I got my hands on them, I assume like the full logs at some point are gonna go up on the internet. And what it reveals is just a level of just like obsession and kind of like, it's just a really kind of like pathetic obsession and, you know, routinely coordinated brigading harassment campaigns and, you know, like boosting each other's posts online and giving each other, I didn't even tell you, I didn't even find this until like a couple days ago, but like they were gassing up Vadim and Ogre Boy going into the debate on Live and Learn. Like they were treating Ogre Boy like he was like their champion. Like it was like, and then that just went so bad for them, in my opinion. Like that was one of the most embarrassing debates that I've ever been a part of. Like the whole thing was so stupid. Like, you know, Vadim would lose composure and just start screaming and yelling. And then when I would press him, he would be like, I'm going to let Ogre Boy jump in here. It was so embarrassing, the whole thing. And just to be fair, I just want to be fair here. Actually, you know what? I want to clear a couple things up, okay? Vadim was not at all active in the Discord. I just want to say that. Just to be fair to Vadim. Like, I think he spoke up like one time. And he wasn't like using slurs or participating in like targeted brigading or anything like that. Ogre Boy, on the other hand, very active, very like singularly obsessed with me, which is not at all surprising. And then I also want to clear up, Pisco was not in this Discord. There's no evidence that I could find of any kind of like coordinating with Pisco. I see a lot of people have strong opinions about Pisco, and that's fine. But I'm seeing like comments on like some of my videos that I'm posting. People are tagging me in tweets. They're like, someone's got to press Pisco on this. Someone's got to confront Pisco on this. Pisco fucking, there's no evidence that Pisco had anything to do with this. So just chill on that stuff. I don't know why people need to jump to these kinds of conclusions. Also, we do have a friends of the stream policy in both chats. I feel like I need to remind people. Maybe I need to add some more like mods on YouTube. We're a little bit better about policing it on Twitch. It's a slower chat. There's more mods. What mods are in the YouTube? Jay, do you have any more nominations for mods in YouTube? It's fine if you like. It's fine if you really attack Pisco's arguments. You know, some light kind of teasing is fine. You know, like I'm not gonna get pissed if I see people kind of making fun of me in his chat. With the stuff in his chat that was like bothering me was people were saying like the most unhinged things, and it had to do with like Israel. People were accusing me of being like a genocide supporter and shit like that. I don't care if people like tease me in his chat or whatever. That's fine. But people need to chill the fuck out a little bit. Because there's no evidence that I'm aware of. There's no evidence that Pisco was in any way involved with the Discord. Dane D with 133 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Oh my goodness.
There is massive interest from these huge, powerful bodies across the world in how these issues are presented on the internet.
My dude. And I'm not throwing shade, okay? Because it's not like my collective audience is like enormously bigger than his, you know? But my dude, do you really think that the like secret Israel lobby, the secret cabal, the secret Israel cabal, the secret international Israel lobby cabal, do you really think they're coming down on you right now, Koiman, because of your fucking commentary? Do you have such an inflated sense of self and importance that you think that they would spend fucking resources on you and your fucking snarker buddies? Do you really think that?
There is a huge incentive for, say, the ADL to run a PSYOP campaign on Reddit, to run a PSYOP campaign on Twitter.
If it's a PSYOP campaign, then what does it have to do with like Ethan Klein and Destiny covering up his sex crimes? Is it just like a convenient overlap? Was the overlap intentional? It's like it's an international psyop. They've got sleeper agents in the Reddit running counterintelligence on the snarker community, but also it's about like destiny. You know, it's like all elite memes with $5. It took years for people to even acknowledge cyberbullying is real. Now kids use AI for it too. I think government regulation of snark is possible. Well, we already have laws against like online harassment, don't we? Or do we? I don't even know. Arden Pitt with $2. He didn't speak up much because he was too sleepy. Man, that Vadim Ogre Boy Live and Learn episode was one of the most, that was the most shameful episode we've ever done. I needed to take a fucking shower after that episode. Nobody Chef for $10. The truth of the matter is the snarker people are losing their minds because what they, oh, I think I already read that. Thank you, buddy.
Is the reason, I believe even explicitly, that the Ellisons bought TikTok.
Did I get Facebook to you guys? Here's a complete non sequitur. So I'm scrolling through YouTube and Twitter, and I see a video of, it looked like an indigenous person in Africa scrubbing their teeth with some kind of root or something like that, and then the person, they smiled and their teeth were hella fucking white. I don't know, did I get psyoped? It's this thing called like Mizra. Apparently, like, the Prophet Muhammad wrote about how you need to clean your teeth with this like particular root, like 5 times a day or something like that. Miska, is that what it's called? Miswak. Fucking bought it, bro. Bought it. The WHO recognizes this as being like just as effective as toothbrushes. And for someone who's kind of ADD, kind of appeals to me. Because you're just supposed to like use it. You just like scrub your teeth with it. It's a little hard to get the backside of your teeth. And you can just, and then you scrub your tongue and you know, and it helps with bad breath. There's like chemical compounds in the root itself that like helps with bad breath. It's like better at whitening your teeth. Kind of crazy. But I feel like I got psyoped. I feel like people who make these products or whatever fucking boosted a bunch of posts online. That shit worked on me. I was like, what's that all about? Let me try that. Abby with $5. FYI, Amazon is using a picture of Hassan to sell pre-Joy realistic human hair mustache for $12.99. What? Hang on. Pre-Joy realistic human hair mustache. Realistic human hair mustache. I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I'm seeing a bunch of dudes with mustaches, but I don't see Hassan. They all fit the Hassan archetype, though, like similar hair, kind of facial structure, all that. Raven with $10. This is what I love about Hutch, LMAO. Apparently, this Mizwak is what you call it, is like very good at cleaning your teeth.
It's because of the anti-Semitism on there.
Any personal favorite of yours for the Dem presidential primary? You know what, man? I don't care. I'm just gonna say it. I don't care. I like Kamala. I don't give a fuck. I'll say it. I'll say it loud and proud. I like the idea of a comeback story. You know, Kamala's revenge. And I do like her. Like, I genuinely like Kamala as a politician. I respect her. Like, she's scrappy. She's fucking scrappy. She's a fighter. And you know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to seeing how she's gonna run her campaign when she has like a full campaign to run, like on her terms. You know, I'm not saying that I think she has the best chance of winning. I think right now we're in a massive anti-establishment wave. Like more so than 2016, I would say. And so that is going to be something that might be difficult for her to overcome, because what's more establishment than, you know, being the vice president? But I think it's possible. Like, I think that she's scrappy enough to earn the respect of like Democratic Party primary voters. But apart from her, I don't know. I'm not very picky, man. I like the whole bench. I'd be okay with like pretty much everyone on the bench. Like, well, I'll tell you, like, it pains me to say as a native Californian, but my least favorite, and I really hope he doesn't win, is Newsom. Not because I don't like how scrappy he's been, not because I don't like him as a governor, but I just think he's going to have a tough time in a national race. I think there's a lot of baggage for someone like him, viewed as he's kind of just like the personification of the liberal elite kind of caricature that people have. And I just don't know how much appeal he has in states like fucking Michigan and Pennsylvania. I'm just concerned about that. But pretty much everybody else, I'm good. Yeah, if it's Kelly, I'm good with that. I think Kelly's probably, like, on paper, the strongest candidate. You know, this former astronaut, husband of a congressperson who was shot in the fucking face and survived, has shown some real grit against Donald Trump, was targeted by the Trump administration. He checks off a lot of bald. He would be our first, like, fully bald king, I think, ever. Eisenhower was pretty bald, but I mean, he's like bald. Did Eisenhower shave his head? I don't think he did. Ossoff is like a cheat code. That guy's like a fucking cheat code. He's a really good speaker. He is like, seems like decently popular in Georgia, which is kind of a big deal. He seems like he's going to somewhat easily win his re-election campaign, which that's a huge strength in a state like Georgia. You know, Warnock he seems like interested in running. I'd be good with him. He's a good speaker too. Pritzker, I'd be happy with him. Yeah, AOC, I'd be happy with her. I wouldn't even count AOC out. You know, like, I think it's definitely possible that the conditions could create a path for her in 2028. Definitely wouldn't count her out. There's not too many people that I don't like. Like, Newsom is the only one that I just wouldn't want. Like, Newsom's the only one where I'm like, it shouldn't be him. And then everybody else, I'm good. And I don't think we have to be picky. Like, I don't think we need to worry as much about electability in 2028, because things are so bad for this Republican Party that I don't think it fucking matters. Like, honestly, I think Newsom would probably win. I think Newsom would probably beat Vance, but it's so bad for Republicans right now that fucking take your pick. I think every one of them smokes Vance if the election was tomorrow. Who are the other people on the like Shapiro? I don't know. Shapiro is like on paper really good, but he's almost like too slick. You know what I mean? But he's a very popular governor in Pennsylvania. So on paper, that's a big strength. But all elite memes with $2. If Michelle Obama changes her mind, she has a shot. She does not want to be president. She has not been shy about that. She does not want to be president. I think she would easily win if she ran, but she does not want to be president.
Because that's
quite a jarring juxtaposition to go from that conversation to this one. But I think Kamala. I think she made a mistake by prioritizing Biden's legacy. I also can appreciate the fact that there probably was always going to be limitations on how much she could deviate from Biden, especially on Gaza, when the current administration that she serves under is actively negotiating with Israel and like proxies in Qatar for like a ceasefire. If she's out there campaigning and criticizing Biden over Gaza and criticizing Netanyahu, then that could fuck those negotiations up. So like that's just she was in kind of like an impossible situation, to be fair to her. I think she ran a good campaign, definitely not a great campaign, and she made some errors that I just don't know if they would have made a difference. But I like the idea of her running another time and then running a second time and well, I guess this would be a third time, but like on her terms, just fully unleashed. And she's out here, guys, like talking about major reforms. Kamala is out here talking about major structural reforms. Where's that clip of Kamala? She's talking about packing the court, like she's out here like fucking fired up, man. She's talking about doing big stuff here.
Say, look, this is a moment where there are no bad ideas. A no bad idea brainstorm is what I'd like to call it. And in that no bad ideas brainstorm, we talk about what we need to do and think about doing around the Electoral College.
You're talking about maybe getting rid of the fucking Electoral College, man.
We talk about the idea of Supreme Court reform, which includes expanding the Supreme Court. We invite a conversation about multi-members districts. We talk about, that if we win the Senate, which we should and we will, then...
To be clear, of all the 2028 hopefuls so far, she's been the most radical. These are the most radical suggestions that I've seen any of these hopefuls make, besides maybe AOC. I assume AOC has talked about like packing the court. She's talking about getting rid of the fucking Electoral College, packing the court, adding House seats, maybe like doing like a proportional House seat apportionment or something.
The Senate Judiciary Committee should have rules that they put in place so when these people come before as nominees to the Supreme Court and lie.
This is a kind of language, you guys, that this is where the Democratic voter base is at. And so, number one, she already has a massive advantage when it comes to name recognition and national profile. And number two, she's tapping in directly to where the Democratic voter base is. So I think currently she's positioned really well for 2028.
That they are held to account and consequence, not just that somebody goes on cable news and
I just, I respect her track record, man. It's like little things about her track record make me a fan of her. I like the fact that back in 2004, some of you youngsters don't remember, back in 2004, when trans people in the mainstream were basically just the butt of jokes. They were constantly the butt of jokes in pop culture, media, movies, shows. It was not like it was now, where there's been more of an effort to treat trans people with respect. And she was back in 2004 as district attorney in San Francisco. One of the first things she did was she established a task force to support trans victims of violence. And then she staffed the task force with trans people, and she was training attorneys to fight.
Do not come.
Okay, hang on. Let's chill.
Do not come.
And
I'm gonna come.
God damn it, that fucking. And she was training attorneys that worked underneath her in her office to fight trans panic defenses in court. And this was like there was like gay panic and trans panic, and basically, you know, somebody would assault or murder a trans person and they would go in court and they would say, we were getting physical and then I discovered they were trans, and then it put me in a panic and I fucking murdered this person. And they were, you know, they were either getting acquitted or getting like light sentences. And she was training her attorneys to like fight those in court. Again, this was like a decade before there was a major push in the mainstream over trans rights and changing kind of cultural attitudes about that. And so I respect that. I respect that a lot. There's a lot of lies that go around about her as well. You know, there's stuff like a lot of lefties had a problem with her because she spoke up about truancy. And so there were a lot of kids that were just like not going to school. And there were a lot of parents that were just not staying on top of making sure their kid was going to school. And some of the parents that her attorneys went after did end up in jail, but these were parents that had like significant priors, you guys. She was not like throwing parents of truant kids in jail like that didn't have any kind of criminal records. This was like they were focused on repeat offenders. And you as a parent, you should make sure your kid is going to school. That is something that society needs to establish. You know, it is your job as a parent to make sure your kid is going to school and like staying on top of that. Crusader Danny, she was putting people in jail for cannabis, especially black people. I want you, Crusader. I want you to do something for me, okay? And it should have been the first fucking thing you did when you heard people making these claims. I want you to just fucking Google this. Google Kamala marijuana prison fact check. Just Google it. Feckin' Google it, man. Jesus Christ. The idea that her office threw thousands of like black men in jail over simple marijuana offenses is just not fucking true. It was a smear that like Tulsi Gabbard threw out during a debate. And just if you just fucking Google it, you'd see that her like when she was DA and California AG, there were some prosecutions of people where they ended up in either state prison or something like that. But these were people that had like significant priors. They were not like first time offender marijuana possession throwing those people in jail. That's just not true. Whatever. Anyways.
It says they lied, but that there are rules in place to actually penalize people for lying to a Senate Judiciary Committee. That we agree that it is right to have ethics rules for Supreme Court justices. And let's put those in place. Let's talk about statehood for Puerto Rico and DC.
Like, dude. She's like, I mean, like, this is just, you know, pretty radical. And then also, like, she just, I was watching a lot of I was so plugged in during the first Trump term. I was watching everything. I was watching these subcommittee hearings. And I remember her grilling members of the administration. Grilling members of the administration. And I was like, fuck, this lady is a killer.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Barr, has the president...
You know
or
what?
anyone at the White
Hang
House
on. You know what? There's a longer version of this.
Council's final report...
But I will say that no one...
Sir, I'm
She, like, make no mistake, Kamala Harris is a fucking murderer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Barr, has the president or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone?
I wouldn't,
Yes or no?
could you repeat that question?
I will repeat it.
Yeah.
Has the president or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone? Yes or no, please, sir?
She's doing the Pisco, yes or no?
The president or anybody else?
Now, of course, this was back then when, you know, like Trump is just so, we're beyond any pretense of like an independent DOJ free from Trump's influence. You know, Trump sends Pam Bondi what he thought was a direct message, a DM. And instead he fucking accidentally posts it on Truth Social, where he's just telling Bondi, like, you have to prosecute Barack Obama, otherwise we're going to lose the country, or whatever he said. But back then there was at least an effort on the part of the Trump administration to actually, to like look like they were not doing that.
Seems you would remember.
And it's like, this was just one of those things where it's like, when you were watching this, it was just like, it was so obvious. Because Bill Barr is a piece of shit, but he didn't want to perjure himself. So like through her bulldog questioning, it was just obvious that Trump had asked Bill Barr to like prosecute people.
Investigation of anyone. Yes or no, please, sir?
The president or anybody else?
Seems you would remember something like that and be able to tell us.
Yeah, but I'm trying to grapple with the word suggest. I mean, there have been discussions of matters out there that...
Cory Booker, too, is just locked the fuck in because he's... you know, and then, like, look at her, man. Like, she's a killer. I would not want to cross this woman. I mean, she's just, like, she's kind of remarkable. I like Kamala. I've always liked Kamala. I've always liked Kamala. The first I ever saw of her was her on the subcommittee hearings. And I fucking loved it back then.
They have not asked me to open an investigation, but...
Perhaps they've suggested?
I don't know. I wouldn't say suggest.
Hinted?
I don't know.
Inferred? You don't know. Okay.
Even that right there. Oh, I don't want to say it because there's an expression that the kids are saying these days, the Gen Z kids and the gay men. They love this phrase. You serve something. There's a phrase called serving something. I don't want to say it about Kamala. It feels like wrong. It feels impure. Have you heard him say serving cunt? Have you heard this? And it's like a good thing. It's like you're fierce. It's like fierce, powerful, benevolent, strong, feminine energy. Have you heard this? But it feels wrong saying it about her.
They've suggested?
I don't know. I wouldn't say suggest.
Hinted?
I don't know.
Look at her face, just like for this part right here. Just look at this.
Inferred? You don't know. Okay. In your March 24th summary, you wrote that, quote, after reviewing the special counsel's final report...
But I will say that no one...
Sir, I'm asking a question. In your March 24th summary...
And he's just so... She's just like... And he's just so like docile, you know? Like she's dominating this man right now.
You wrote that, quote, after reviewing the special counsel's final report, Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein and I have concluded that the evidence is not sufficient to establish that the president committed an obstruction of justice offense. Now, the special counsel's investigation produced a great deal of evidence. I'm led to believe it included witnesses' notes and emails, witnesses' congressional testimony, witnesses' interviews, which were summarized in the FBI 302 forms, former FBI Director Comey's memos, and the president's public statements. My question is, in reaching your conclusion, did you personally review all of the underlying evidence?
No, we took and accepted. We accepted.
Did Mr. Rosenstein?
No, we accepted the statements in the report as the factual record. We did not go underneath it to see whether.
Anyways, we don't need to go back and rewatch the whole thing, but she is fucking fierce, man. Everybody underestimating her this time around. Bold. And there's also, listen, part of it is spite. It's not all of it, but part of it is spite. The way that she was spoken about by my least favorite people on the internet. The way that she was smeared. Nothing would make me, and the way that they were like almost elated when she lost. You know, people who are ostensibly opposed to Trump, you know, were like elated when she lost. In a way, like nothing would make me happier than to see her to see her on a kind of redemption arc, on a vindication arc. And to be clear, she specifically warned against like 20 things. She specifically warned. She said if Donald Trump wins, he's going to do this and this and this and this and this and this and she was right about fucking literally everything. Fucking everything. Everything. Like she called like war with Iran, wrecking the economy, like irresponsible tariffs, backing off of our commitments in Taiwan, you know, unconstrained Netanyahu, like fucking 20 things, and she called it like Darth Savage, thank you so much for $5. If people believe a lie, that's a huge hurdle to get to cross their vote. Average person isn't going to Google it. Kamala's great, but many dislike her. I just listen, you know, I would not count her out. I mean, I think that's bold. I would not count her out. She can overcome a lot. And honestly, like things are so bad for Donald Trump and the Republican Party that it changes a lot of the calculation. You know, I think it makes the Democrats' job so much easier to come across as sympathetic, assertive, strong. And, you know, people like a good comeback story. This is America, you know, like Rocky and whatnot, et cetera, et cetera. Abracadabra, did I get you for... Yeah, I think I did. Jay with $5, I nominate all elite memes for mod. I'll shout out others as I see them in chat. You just got to read chat today. I'm reading chat. All elite memes. Congratulations, you are now an Avenger. Bing, bang, boom. We definitely need more YouTube mods. Abby Normal with $5. Sorry I'm behind. I posted the Hassan picture in your Reddit. We do have a subreddit now, guys. r/Hutch poll. Wait, where is it? I don't see it, bro. I'm scrolling way back. Owlishness with $5. Republicans unfortunately maintain a chokehold because they rule by fear. They don't even know what they're afraid of at this point. I just think MAGA right now is really deflated in a way that I haven't seen from any political party ever in my life. The MAGA base, the influencers, the pundits, even members of the administration, you can just tell, like, all of them know that Donald Trump is a fucking mad king. All of them know that Donald Trump is fucking the entire party. All of them know this. They all know. that Donald Trump is completely indefensible right now. You still have people like Benny Johnson and Matt Walsh that are, you know, aggressively pushing the party line, but they all know that the wheels are like spinning off right now. They can all see it, and it's like fucking depressing. They know they're like, I think, guys, November is going to be fucking brutal. Like, I think we're going to run the fucking board with these Senate candidates. Even with my concerns with some of these candidates, I think we're going to run the fucking board. I think they are going to get blown out. It's going to be so bad. Bad company with $5. Republicans would be terrified running into Bashir with a little populist rhetoric. Yeah, I like him a lot too, man. Bashir is like insanely popular. Bashir is like 65% in Kentucky. It's wild. I think I'm caught up. All right. We'll go back to this Zog posting for a little bit, and then I want to cover Hassan purity testing the absolute shit out of. I think she's like a pretty decently progressive Los Angeles politician. And he takes her down a line of questioning vis-a-vis Israel, and it is brutal.
There is massive interest from these huge, powerful bodies across the world in how these issues are presented on the internet. There is a huge incentive for, say, the ADL.
Did you vote in that election for mayorship, Hutch? I've voted in every election since 2016. I haven't missed a single election yet.
To run a PSYOP campaign on Reddit, to run a PSYOP campaign on Twitter. That is the reason, I believe even explicitly, that the Ellisons bought TikTok is because of the anti-Semitism on there.
You know what? I think we got the gist of that. It's so unhinged. It's so unhinged. How do you think we avoid the kind of post-election disappointment that happened with Obama's election or with the Labor Party in Britain? Pretty worried about that, honestly. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I really don't know. I think that to build trust in the party, that's going to be a long-term project. So many Americans are disillusioned with everything because of, you know, confluence of factors, I would say, but namely, you know, difficult economic crunch due to like COVID, and then also there's the memory of the housing crash too. That was really tough for a lot of like middle income people. And low income, but you know, we do have some social safety nets there. I think they have to do a couple of things. The next Dem trifecta, like let's say we get a trifecta in 2028 and they're sworn in 2029. I think the Democrats need to burn every ounce of political capital they have to do big structural reforms, the likes of which Kamala was talking about in the clip from 5 minutes ago. Take a swing at court reform. Take a swing at whatever is possible, you know? Like, I don't know how much electoral college reform you can do absent amending the Constitution, but they need to do big structural reforms to make future Trumps more difficult. For the DGG folks in my chat, this is where I'm going to break from you. They should not do like explicitly corrupt shit. Like that's just, they should not do that. They should not come up with clever tricks to like throw Mitch McConnell in jail. That's just political suicide that will spectacularly backfire. But they need to do big structural reforms, and they also need to pair it with big policies that directly impact people's lives. So if that's making the expanded child tax credits permanent, that's good. That's good policy. I would say that's even populist policy. But paid sick leave, paid family leave, public option, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, they need to just, they need to have an aggressive legislative agenda. And what this likely means is getting rid of the filibuster, but they need to do it like, if the Democrats take back the Senate in 2026, I think it was either Pisco or Ryan Getty that said this, but get rid of the filibuster while Trump is president. Do that shit now. And then just start passing, like pass paid family leave and pass, you know, bold policy. And then let Donald Trump veto that shit. And then by the time we get to 2028, you know, they will have already gotten rid of the filibuster. And then at that point, you just go, you know, you just fucking go. Don't waste any time. You know, we can't have like 9-month negotiations on bills. Like get these bills done fast. And then what's likely going to happen at that point is that the voters will punish them for overreach in 2030. That's just how it goes, you know. But you will have done some really important things by the time we get to that point. But it's hard to plan these things out that far in advance, you know. But they need to do big structural reforms paired with really popular, good policy like paid family leave. And if you can pass paid family leave, and if you can like permanently codify the expanded child tax credits, that's going to be people are going to remember that, man. My understanding of the expanded child tax credits during COVID, do I have any parents in here that got those tax credits? Weren't they sending you guys fucking like $400 checks every month? That's something that directly impacts families. That's something that they see. You know, that's something that's like a tangible thing that helped a lot of people at that time. And if you can codify that and make it permanent, oh my God, that would be huge. Anyways, here's Hassan Piker purity testing this poor woman. And it is brutal. It's kind of hard to get through. Like, it's kind of hard to watch. I mean, this is just brutal.
I already gave your introduction while you were coming in, so we're just gonna dive right into it. So we have a very important mayoral race coming up. You're a council person.
Yes.
What made you decide to run for mayor in a system where the mayor is technically weaker than the collection of council members?
Did she have any idea? I mean, if she has competent staff, then they probably, I assume they would have warned her that, like, listen, he's probably going to fucking grill you on Israel. I don't know much about her. This is like the first time I've ever heard her speak, so we'll form an opinion as we go. Darth Sphere. Did I already get you? I think so, yeah.
Well, the mayor has a lot of power here in Los Angeles. I think it is a weaker mayor system than in a city like New York or in a city like Chicago. But the mayor here does have a lot of power. The biggest power that they have is...
I think this could end up being... I'm sorry, I'm getting a little distracted here. I think this could end up being a huge deal for these midterms and for 2028. This is probably the most corrupt thing a president has ever done, you guys. So for those of you guys that are out of the know, Donald Trump sued the IRS, his IRS, you know, an agency that works directly under the executive. He sued the IRS for $10 billion because somebody at the IRS leaked his tax returns back in 2019. Let me say that again. He sued the IRS that works directly underneath him for $10 billion. And they are settling with him for $1.776 billion. They're settling with him for nearly $2 billion. And this money that your taxes are going to pay for is going to go into a fund, and he is going to use that fund to dole out cash to himself and his corrupt friends. And the board of people that are in charge of dispersing this money, he can fire anybody on that board for no cause. And the government has agreed to stop any ongoing tax audits of him, his companies, or his kids, or his kids' companies. Forever. As I understand it. We've never seen anything like this before. It is an astonishing level of corruption. Astonishing. Nearly $2 billion of taxpayer funds to be handed out to Trump and his corrupt friends. People who broke the law. Like, I don't know who he's going to give this money to, but like, this is such a big story to me. This is such a big story. Like, government corruption and anti-establishment vibes out there, and people having the perception that government is just like super broken and corrupt is really at an all-time high. That's why so many Democrats are having success running on like anti-corruption like messaging right now. We know like Ossoff, for example, is like really focused on that. Tallarico is kind of talking about Plattner as well. This is just one of the most stunning stories ever. I think it might be the most corrupt thing any president has ever done ever. Just plundering our tax reserves, like plundering taxpayer money to give yourself and your corrupt criminal friends nearly $2 billion is stunning. And if the Democrats don't pounce on this and make this like this, I really think they should focus. I'm not even kidding. I think they should focus on this more than anything else. Every candidate running across the country should focus on this story. Everyone should know about this. A month or 2 months or 3 months from now, if 80 to 90% of the country are not aware of like this story, then the Democrats will have failed. This is such an easy slam dunk to go after him for. It's stunning, you guys. Sorry. Anyways.
Is essentially managing all of the departments. They get to hire and fire department heads. They get to set their priorities.
He's stealing your money. He is stealing your money and giving it to himself and his friends, his criminal friends. I mean, my God, the campaign ads write themselves.
They get to make sure that they're actually doing their jobs. They create the first draft of the city's budget, and then the council takes it on and kind of wrangles with it as well. But the mayor does have a lot of power, and a lot of
it drives me kind of nuts. I think this is so rude. It might seem like I'm nitpicking, but this is so rude. If you invite a council member to come onto your stream and you want to interview them about a mayor's race, look them in the eyes. Why are you looking at chat as she's speaking to you? It's so rude. It's so fucking unbelievably rude and disrespectful. It's like super online behavior. Yeah.
those powers were given to the mayor during the last charter reform process. And I want to make sure that we're actually using those powers to advance better goals for life.
It's also kind of creepy because it looks like a fucking Kubrick stare from this angle. Like, watch.
Los Angeles.
It won't take him long.
And I was looking at this mayoral election and, you know, disappointed by the lack of choices that would have brought us in a better direction. And
It's like 1,000-yard Kubrick stare. Like, how can you have a productive? That would be so distracting for me. Whatever. It's just rude, man. People need to behave like adults. I don't care if you're a streamer. I don't care if chat's going nuts. When you're having a conversation with someone, you fucking look them in the eyes. And you know what? Listen, I got a hack for you guys. Some people are uncomfortable with eye contact, but I got a hack for you guys. I'm not. Sometimes people tell me that my gaze can be kind of piercing. Because I look people in the eyes and I don't look away. And so some people find that, like, I've been told that it can be kind of intense, but I don't mean it to be that way. I'm just trying to be polite. Yeah, you look at their eyebrows. If you're uncomfortable with eye contact, I learned this because of training at the Olive Garden. The person who was training us to be waiters, he had a hard time with eye contact. And so he said you look at their eyebrows and they can't tell the difference. But yeah, anyways. Do that. If you have a hard time with eye contact, just look someone in the eyebrow, look at their eyebrows, and they can't tell. So,
and decided to throw my hat in the race.
Okay. So you've distanced yourself in the past from Zohran Mamdani. I want to ask you, I mean, or at least like,
she's like, well, that's fucking news to me.
According to this Forward magazine article, but I don't know if that's still the case. This is what the Forward magazine article said, that,
he's punishing the impure. You got to punish the impure. T-Spear, thank you so much for 97 months.
Democratic socialist who affirmed Israel's right to exist. Can she be LA's next mayor? Nithya Raman thinks she can win over city's Jewish voters. Step 1, convince them she's not Zohran Mamdani. We can start there. Or, I mean, I was going to ask you, like, the Zohran method, like, what are your top 5 policies?
Yeah.
Why do you think the Forward magazine has this kind of assessment?
I think it's just because I am different from Mamdani. Mm-hmm. I have been a city politician.
I don't know much about her background. So she was born in 1981, just a couple years older than me. Is an American urban planner, activist, and politician serving as Los Angeles City Council member for the 4th District since 2020. She's a member of the Democratic Party and the DSA. She's a fucking literal DSA member. There's no way that's true, right? She's a DSA member and he's fucking grilling her? Born into a Tamil family in Kerala, India, moved to Louisiana at 6 years old, earned a bachelor's degree in political theory from Harvard, then a master's in urban planning from MIT. Fucking Goodwill Hunting over here. Where does it say, like, her policy positions? Housing. She proposed to permit mid-sized apartment buildings near public transit stations in some neighborhoods zoned exclusively for single-family houses. Based. The proposal was rejected by a 10-5 margin. Not based. Voted against a city council resolution to formally oppose Senate Bill 79, a bill which overrides local zoning and allowed multifamily housing near the transit stops. Based. So she was against the opposition to that. Seems pretty yimby, right? Israel-Palestine. In November 2023, Roman adjourned a city council meeting to memorialize the many civilian lives that have been now lost in Gaza. Introduced a municipal resolution to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. In 2024, Rahman received the endorsement of Democrats for Israel Los Angeles, an organization that describes itself as pro-Israel voice across all the Los Angeles County to the Democratic Party. She was censured by the Los Angeles chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America for this. Although her endorsement for re-election was maintained, she was censured because she received an endorsement from Democrats for Israel Los Angeles. What? I didn't even know what to. Now I need to know more about that.
For the past 5 years. And I have a record that I ran on, that I'm running on right now. You know, I have led in LA the largest expansion of tenant protections in the city in 40 years. I actually led the process through which we lowered allowable rent increases in rent stabilized units here in Los Angeles for the first time in 40 years. Increases went from being, you know, up to 10% to now being capped at 4%. I took away the extra 10% surcharge that landlords could pass on to tenants if they had a second kid. You know, this is how our system was built here in the city of Los Angeles. And I've really...
It's so disrespectful, man. I'm sorry. If you're a grown-up, this is so disrespectful. I would be so annoyed. I would be so fucking annoyed. I would not do well in this kind of a situation. Okay. So she was censured in February 2024. As she ran for re-election in 2024, she sought and accepted an endorsement from Democrats for Israel, a liberal Zionist group, even though she had publicly called for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. The DSA LA chapter received a formal letter of censure to Rahman, or delivered a formal letter of censure to Rahman on February 3rd, 2024. The letter argued that DSA endorsed elected officials are expected to co-govern with the chapter to advance the Democratic Socialist program, including a commitment to opposing imperialist capitalism, and that Rahman had failed that commitment by accepting support from an organization that unequivocally supports Israel in its campaign of settler colonialism and violence against the Palestinian people. But if she is seeking an endorsement from this group, I would assume that this group would probably also be like, I would assume that this group is not like a crazy, like ultra Zionist group. Maybe they even, just looking into this group a little bit. I need to know what was so bad about this group. They started in 1990, meant to fight anti-Semitism within the party and in society generally. They describe themselves as promoting the liberal and progressive democratic values. DFI, so Democrats for Israel LA's positions are aligned with mainstream liberal Zionism, which historically supports a two-state solution. Its sister organization, California Jewish Democrats, grades candidates on issues including BDS, fighting anti-Semitism, support for a two-state solution, aid to Israel, implying support for two states alongside opposition to BDS. In practice, this means they endorse Palestinian statehood in principle, but oppose the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement that many Palestinians' rights advocates consider central to their cause. On Gaza specifically, the DSA LA censure letter accused DFI LA of being an organization that has continued to oppose calls for a ceasefire. Claude says he didn't find a public DFI LA statement explicitly opposing a ceasefire in their own words, but that's how Palestinian solidarity groups and DSA LA characterized their position at the time. Okay. Well, they definitely don't appear to be like militant ultra-nationalist like Zionists. If they advocate for like Palestinians having their own fucking state, but okay. Buller with $5. She did not have a good showing at the mayoral debate. Karen Bass pieced her up. T-Spear with 97 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Really work to try and make it a fairer one for working people, for low-income renters, for people who are really struggling here. And that's been the core of my work at City Hall.
Okay. But let's do the Zoran method. What are your top 5 priorities for Los Angeles and how would you go about implementing them?
Well, I want to address the cost.
Like the way he speaks to her, it sounds like he has disdain for her. You know what I mean? Like just his tone.
And I want to do it in 2 ways. I want to make sure that we're protecting.
What are your top 5 priorities for Los Angeles and how would you go about implementing them?
Well, I want to address the cost of housing.
Tyler with $5. She is middle of the road on housing because LA is so structurally NIMBY. Can't piss off the sea of single family homeowners too much. I also wonder if the district that she serves has like a heavy Jewish population. Seems like a fair inference. Does the district she represents have a high concentration of Jewish voters?
And I want to do it in 2 ways. I want to make sure that we're protecting renters better. We have a lot of laws on the books. Our city departments are not oriented around protecting them. I want to create an office of tenant protections in the city. And I want to make sure that everything that the city does when a tenant reaches out is really about making sure that people can stabilize and stay in their home.
So very focused on housing. Yes, parts of it do, though CD4 isn't historically the city's primary Jewish district. That's been Council District 5. Here's the picture. After the 2021 redistricting, CD4 became LA's only bridge district, stretching from Silver Lake, Los Feliz, and the Hollywood Hills on the east side to Sherman Oaks, Encino, and part of Studio City, Van Nuys, and Reseda in the San Fernando Valley. The valley portion is what's relevant here. San Fernando Valley is one of the major centers of Jewish life in greater LA. Okay. All right. So she does have a pretty significant Jewish constituency. Tyler with $5. Anyone concerned about affordability and losing House votes over California population drain has a moral obligation to vote Nithya.
Homes when they're facing unfair evictions. I also think we need to build a lot more housing here in Los Angeles.
Don't know if this is true or not, but Destiny said that Hassan was reading off a list of questions he was given by the DSA. Is he speculating that this was the case, or was this, did Hassan say this?
I don't know how much you know about the history of LA, the history of housing politics in Los Angeles, but this city has pushed back against the construction of new housing and in ways that have made it more segregated. Wealthier neighborhoods have pushed back housing a lot. And we have a shortage of something like 500,000 units of housing, especially affordable housing. I believe, housing really should be a right and people need to be able to afford to live here. The city cannot build the amount of social housing, public housing that we need. And I want to make sure that we are able to.
Yeah, but who cares about housing? Let's talk about Israel.
To generate more units so that the cost of housing actually goes down. So for me, this is really at the core of what I want to do here in LA. I also think we need to address homelessness with services, with shelter, and make it really effective so that people don't lose faith in our system right now. I think a lot of people are looking at our responses to homelessness. This is a city that has taxed itself 3 times in the last few years to pay to address the crisis on our streets with compassion, with care, with shelter, with housing. If we don't make that system work for people, I think people lose faith in government. And I really believe in government, and it has to work. We have to show that this approach of offering shelter, offering services can work to address the crisis on our streets. Otherwise, people will turn away to a much more carceral, much more, enforcement focused system that I think is really bad for Los Angeles.
Out of the top 3 candidates, you actually have a lot of experience with homelessness initiatives. You have a lot of hands-on experience. One of the most frustrating things that I saw on that debate stage was when Spencer Pratt was talking to you about how, if you want to fix homelessness, if you think you can like communicate your way out of homeless people being homeless, you should go talk to them. And yet out of that debate stage, you were the only person who has actually had a hands-on approach on this. I wish you would have brought it up in that moment to be.
Also, to the eye contact thing, she's mostly talking to his audience. No, hang on. Pause. Hang on. If you are an adult, it is considered basic etiquette to have like some level of eye contact, like consistent eye contact. When your eyes are like spanning your chat and you look like as visibly distracted as he looks, the person that is speaking to you gets the impression that you're not actually listening to what you're saying. That's just a very human response to that. This is just basic etiquette. I don't care if you're a streamer. I don't care if you got chat going. Just put your chat down and just have like, especially if you're having a conversation with like a politician like this, if it's like a buddy of yours, that's one thing, but it's just disrespectful. This is disrespectful. I don't know what to tell you. Other streamers do it too. He's not the only one. It kind of drives me insane. It's like a lot of streamers think that there's like a separate code of ethics. There's like a separate kind of etiquette that they're like a special one for them. And it's just not true. I mean, I would just find this so disrespectful.
Be like, I actually have.
Well, I tried. I was shut down a lot in that debate.
I actually have, literally communicated with homeless people and have had a very successful initiative in moving them into permanent shelter. As opposed to these like patchwork solutions that are usually offered.
Spencer Pratt wants to respond to our homelessness crisis, I think, in a way that is really grounded in making people feel afraid and in kind of engendering fear of people on the streets. And I think we can address this crisis effectively, and we can address it with real policies that work. And that is sheltering people, that is housing people, that is making sure that people have mental health services and substance use services. We have to do that work if we really want to make.
Like, he's looking at chat, right? Like, there's just chat, especially his chat. His chat's going to be like flying, right? If you're looking at chat, there's no way that the person that you're speaking with has full confidence that you're listening to them intently. And, this person deserves your attention. This is like a serious political candidate. It's disrespectful. Stop looking at chat, man. Just close chat.
Make sure that we're addressing
Can you
homelessness
talk
effectively.
directly about like what you have done for people that might not know as far as like your initiatives? Like, because I remember there was a very successful one where you guys went into a lot of the homeless encampments and established a point of contact and a relationship with these people instead of just like engaging in these mass sweeps that are oftentimes very damaging, where there's a lot of destruction of property and the like. It was a much more humane method and was much more successful. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So across my district, we have actually reduced street homelessness by 54% in just a period of 3 years. And we did that not by pushing people across the sidewalk to another sidewalk or pushing people into another neighborhood, but by going to them encampment by encampment, person by person, offering shelter, offering housing, moving people indoors. And then once people are indoors, then you can clear the sidewalk and, get rid of the trash in those areas, stay clear, because people's homelessness has actually been.
Oh, did he endorse? Who is he more aligned with again in the mayor's race? What's her name again? Kim? Is it Kim something?
Been addressed. I think that is the most important aspect of this, is that we have to address homelessness. You can't just push it around from place to place. That doesn't work. It's never been proven to work. This is the only evidence-backed solution. And it is also the only humane solution. And it is what we've done in my district. And it is that system that I want to bring citywide in a much more effective way than we're doing it right now.
Yeah, housing policy and homelessness are intertwined with one another in a very important way, even though a lot of people like Spencer Pratt and even, no, not right now. A lot of people like Spencer Pratt and even others.
Okay, so his chat. Yep, where do people expect a homeless person to use the bathroom or throw away garbage if they don't have a home? Give people homes. Okay, they're liking that answer.
Like even Karen Bass to a certain degree, don't often make that connection. Los Angeles has the fewest homes per adult in the country.
Yep.
18 to 24-year-olds are being the fastest growing demographic in among the homeless. There's been a 64% increase. So you've talked about.
I do know that they had to put it in emote only mode. That's like, oh my God.
Increasing housing construction.
Yeah.
About your propositions are about tripling annual housing construction. There are some critics of this, though, however, obviously. There are some NIMBYs. Some critics of this say that this benefits the developers and it will gentrify communities. How do you ensure that the housing boom still serves working class Americans rather than wealthy investors?
Well, first, I want to make sure that new housing doesn't displace existing residents. That is really important. That's why you need to do protection and production side by side. That's why I've been so focused on making sure renters are protected throughout my work. And I want to make it a core focus of my work if I'm mayor as well. But I also think that you can
Hassan endorsed Nithya he endorsed her? Wait, what?
build new housing in ways that actually benefits communities and doesn't actually accelerate displacement. So you can create plans for cities that ensure that working families are safe by making sure you're planning in ways that creates more density in neighborhoods that are wealthier, that have historically resisted it, while limiting new density, limiting new growth in neighborhoods that are really suffering from gentrification and displacement. And you can embed that into your plans for the city. You can embed kind of protection of working class people right into
Rain Wizard for mod? Okay.
the plans
Where is he
that you
at?
have for where you want to build more housing. And that's exactly what I've pushed
Rain,
for
speak
my
up in the
time
chat.
council successfully, and exactly the vision that I have for building more housing going forward. I also want to be very clear that the market will not provide housing for everybody. Not everyone will be served.
He says,
There are
"Nah, I'm
going to
good."
be
I
the
respect
lowest
it.
income Angelinos, the people who will never be able to afford what the market is providing them. And that is where I think the government needs to step in. We have to build public housing. We have to build social housing. We have to build affordable housing. All of this is part of my vision for how we address our housing crisis, but we have to do all of it if we want to actually get us out of this moment of crisis here in Los Angeles.
So you mentioned public housing. Are you in favor of socialized housing then? You're in favor of public housing?
I love public housing. I phone banged for HHH, which was actually an expansion of supportive housing, which is I think of as public housing. I campaigned for Measure ULA, the mansion tax, which is giving the city a source of funds for building new housing for the first time. And we're building affordable housing. We're building social housing. We're building exactly the kind of housing that is free of market constraints that can serve the needs of those people who aren't being served by the market.
Okay. You've blasted Karen Bass's Inside Safe program that's designed to reduce homelessness. Can you explain a bit about the program and why it's had its problems, like the $85,000 per year price tag for a simple motel?
If you guys don't mind, we're going to skip a bit until we get to the grilling on Israel-Palestine.
Room.
For free, the
Friendly NGOs and even friendly for-profit institutions that take on government contracts.
Yeah.
And instead of trying to create the most efficient system possible, it simply serves to pay the people that are friendly with the government, or at least are
and have a sense of alienation from their city government right now.
certain instances. You've been critical of Karen Bass and the way that she's used the existing city budget in the past. One of the questions I obviously have is...
Oh, I think this is about defund the police, you guys. This one's good too.
Kenneth May's analysis as well. This was a huge problem where it seems that the police budgets have increased over and over again. And part of that was there in an effort to justify additional budgets for the police, a police union budget that you've also criticized. Karen Bass actually took away some of the funds from the technicians that were responsible for fixing the fire engines. This led to less fire engines being readily available in the wildfires as well. So there were obviously a lot of criticisms of Karen Bass, some stupid, some silly, and some valid. Do you agree with the assessment that the police budget is ginormous and is eating away?
Wait, wasn't this literal right-wing propaganda? Like the Karen Bass attack on like the fire department budget cut? Didn't like every department get cuts or whatever? I'm pretty sure this was like a right-wing talking point on like Fox News about how Karen Bass like defunded the fire department or something like that, right?
At some of these necessary social services, some of the necessary services, like even the lights not being turned on at night in many streets of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I mean the size of the police budget is driven. People talk about our annual budget, but it's really the size of the police budget is driven by the contract and the size of the contracts that are signed. And the mayor is the lead in negotiating that contract, and then the council has to approve it. And in 2023, we approved a new contract for LAPD, which I spoke out against, I pushed back against, which gave the PD more money than the city had. And that, along with kind of other knock-on effects, led to a $1 billion budget deficit in the city last year. $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
We were about to lay off 1,600 workers in response to that budget deficit. We barely avoided those layoffs. And what we did to avoid those layoffs was...
Oh, Cherry with the link. Might be paywalled. She called for 2.7% reduction in spending in the LA Fire Department. Her proposal, unveiled in April, sought $23 million in cuts to the department, but much of it was focused on reduced equipment purchases. While her citywide spending proposal was being reviewed, Bass also in closed-door negotiations over a major boost in pay for the city's 3,300 firefighters. Those pay hikes, 4 years of raises, and an array of other financial incentives were not finalized until several months after her budget went into effect. My understanding was that the right-wing attacks were that she had cut all this like money for firefighters, but really what ended up happening was the negotiations stretched out longer. So like eventually they did get the kind of money that they were looking for. That was like what I remember fact checking these claims back in the day. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Once those two line items were added, the fire department's operating budget actually grew by more than 7% compared to the prior fiscal year, according to the city's financial analysts. The issue of fire department spending, boring and burdened with specifics in normal times, is now a critical issue in Los Angeles, following the massive destruction caused by the wildfire in the Pacific Palisades, which continues to burn. The Eden Fire, which has destroyed swaths of Altadena, is outside LA. While LA Fire Department's annual operating budget has been growing overall and is on track to exceed $950 million, the agency also had to scale back some of its operations. Bass and other officials said the reductions have not affected the department's ability to fight the Palisades fire. But I think Hassan was tying it to the like LAPD, right? Wasn't he basically saying like, oh, you gave all these money to cops, but not the firefighters?
$1 billion budget.
Necessary social. This Karen Bass actually took away some of the funds from the technicians that were responsible for fixing the fire engines. This led to less fire engines being readily available in the wildfires as well.
Hold on, we need to fact check that.
So there were obviously a lot of criticisms of Karen Bass, some stupid, some silly, and some valid. Do you agree with the assessment that the police budget is ginormous and is eating away at some of these necessary social services, some of the necessary services like even the lights not being turned on at night in many streets of Los Angeles?
Yeah, I mean the size of the police budget is driven. People talk about our annual budget, but it's really the size of the police budget is driven by the contract and the size of the contracts that are signed. And the mayor is the lead in negotiating that contract, and then the council has to approve it. And in 2023, we approved a new contract for LAPD, which I spoke out against, I pushed back against, which gave the PD more money than the city had. And that, along with kind of other knock-on effects, led to
A Los Angeles Times investigation found that the number of mechanics on the job hasn't changed much in recent years, fluctuating between 64 and 74 since 2020, according to records released by the LAFD in January. So while the LAFD has long been understaffed on mechanics, Bass didn't preside over a meaningful reduction in their numbers. The boneyard of broken trucks isn't the result of a recent Bass cut. Many of the broken engines highlighted by the LAFD officials had been out of service for many months or even years, and not necessarily for a lack of mechanics. Of the roughly 40 engines in the shop before the Palisades fire, there were 3 were built in 1999, which the department said are typically used for training and don't respond to calls. Some are too old or damaged from collisions or fires to ever return to streets, and are kept for parts, training, or as evidence in lawsuits. A work order from 2023 for a 2003 engine burned in a fire said strip for salvage. LAFD officials did not pre-deploy any engines to the Palisades ahead of the fire, despite warnings about extreme weather. In preparing for the winds, the department staffed only 5 of more than 40 engines available to supplement the regular firefighting force. Those working engines could have been pre-positioned in the Palisades and elsewhere, as has been done in the past during similar weather. Less than 2 months after the fire, Bass dismissed Crowley, citing the chief's pre-deployment decisions as one of the reasons. I don't know why he's relating it to like the police budget. Like the way he framed the question, he was implying that Karen Bass like took money away from like what did he? Not engineers, but mechanics. Like took money away from mechanics. We're supposed to fix like fire trucks and like gave it to cops. But like I don't know what the fuck he like is meaning when he says that.
$1 billion budget deficit in the city last year. $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
We were about to lay off 1,600 workers in response to that budget deficit. We barely avoided those layoffs. And what we did to avoid those layoffs was to cut every single city service down to the bone, every single one. We cut things like pothole repair and graffiti removal and streetlight repair. And now we have 30,000 broken streetlights across the city. And the average repair times for a broken streetlight in Los Angeles, the second largest city in the richest country in the world, are a year on average to fix a broken streetlight here. We didn't pave a single mile of street the first 6 months of this fiscal year because we just didn't have the money. And I think these kinds of issues are hugely problematic for our ability to deliver not just social services, but even just the physical infrastructure and the physical services of the city. And, it is driven by that contract.
Okay.
And so now the city's struggling. We have a really big problem.
So I do have a tough question here for you on the police budget. I'm sure you're ready for it, but
Oh dear. You can see her face like, oh fucking here it comes. Look at her face, you guys.
around the same time as
Oh, okay. All
Black Lives
right.
Matter
Hold
was
on.
taking place.
We have a really
Hold on. I'm just going to watch her reaction here.
big problem.
So I do have a tough question here for you on the police budget. I'm sure you're ready for it, but around the same time as Black Lives Matter was taking place and the George Floyd protests were happening in 2020, you openly called for defunding the police. You have since then said that you do not want to defund the police, whatever that might mean. Obviously, for many at the time. There were different attitudes. I want to hear what you meant when you said defund the police.
Yeah.
For me, it means taking away some of the expansive police budgets and reappropriating it to social programs, homelessness initiatives, and the like. And
What? I thought it was about. That's the first I've heard of that. I mean, that is just straight up defunding the police, right? What I heard was like diverting some of the funds to more specialized caseworkers and social workers to respond to nonviolent threats and these kinds of things. But he's just talking about cutting their budget
and also allowing there to be crisis managers that go to specific
okay, that's what I thought. Yeah,
cases like domestic abuse and instances like that.
Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Domestic abuse? Sending social workers for domestic abuse? No. Why the fuck would you do that? What? Excuse me? They're just going to show up and calm the situation down with words? If we're talking about violence, what? This is stupid.
Are that don't require immediate armed police response. Your platform called
by far the most dangerous police interactions, by the way. What are the most dangerous kinds of interactions that police have to respond to? That's crazy. Domestic violence, and you want to send caseworkers? It's violence. Yeah, no, social workers come after the police when it comes to DV calls. Yeah. The honest standard traffic stops, disturbance and domestic violence calls. This is the call type most often cited as the most dangerous, largely because how often it appears in officer-killed circumstances. Over the 2012 to 2021 period, 68 officers died responding to disorder/disturbance calls, including 19 specifically related to domestic violence. President Biden in 2023 said more cops are killed responding to domestic violence calls than anything else, but fact checkers found that overstated. The University of Arizona law professor who researches police suggested a more accurate framing would be that domestic disturbance/violence incidents are one of the most common circumstances in which on-duty law enforcement officers are feloniously killed. I know a guy, he was a family friend. He was a fucking wonderful human being. Just a fucking stand-up guy. Was good friends with my dad. He was the type of friend that would my dad one time said he had to get to some stuff in the backyard. He wanted to do some kind of project in the backyard. And his friend, his name was Jim, showed up at fucking 7 a.m. on a Saturday with a truck filled with tools and just unannounced showed up. And he my dad answers the door and he's like, all right, let's get to it. And then they fucking he was just one of those guys. And he's the type of guy that would help you move. Those are the highest tier. Okay. If you have a friend that will show up on a fucking Saturday and help you move out of your apartment or something like that, that's the highest tier or whatever. And anyways, he wasn't even on duty, this guy. And he had a family friend call him because this person's daughter had a boyfriend that was stalking her, an ex-boyfriend that was stalking her, and the boyfriend showed up and they were scared, and Jim drove to this fucking house to try to calm things down, and the guy went and got a shotgun and fucking killed he killed Jim, fucking shot him and killed him.
For transforming Los Angeles Police Department into a much smaller specialized force. However, in February 2026, 2 days after the launching of your mayoral campaign, you told NBC-LA, we need to maintain the size of our police force. Was it
crazy story?
Wokeness? rising up everywhere in 2020 that led you to say that? What did you mean by defund the police? And why has your assessment changed since then?
The subtext there is, were you being performative in 2020? Which, she probably was.
After being in government for the last 5 years plus, I think it is really important to make sure that we are able to.
Emma Vigeland ambushed Mallory McMorrow on Matt. Oh my God. No fucking shot. They did a Sam Cedar switch up. No fucking way. That Matt creator, they're like Matt, like IXI, right? On Twitter or whatever. He is awful. Just the worst. I guess he was trying to set up some kind of a interview with Mallory McMorrow, and her team, I guess, was I don't know, like it didn't work out. And then he tweeted like, Mallory McMorrow like ducked an interview with me, probably because I was going to press her on genocide or something like that. And then he updated like a couple hours later on Twitter, like, update, they've agreed, with a smiley face. And the whole tone was like, I'm gonna fucking get her. And you're saying they did a Emma Vigeland like Sam Cedar switcheroo? Where are you getting that? You have a link for that? What's the guy's name on Twitter? Matt something or other? Okay, well, I can't say anything about that. Or did Emma tweet about it?
Respond to calls for help from the public. If we don't answer 911 calls quickly, and with the right people showing up when you call, I think we lose the faith of Angelenos, and that really concerns me. Right now,
I'm not seeing anything about that.
Have a very honest conversation about how we deliver that. We don't have an alternative crisis response system built out citywide. I've pushed for increases to that. Mm-hmm. We have actually increased that. I've done that in partnership with other council members, and I'm really excited about that. But what we need is a citywide unarmed crisis response system that I want to build out as mayor and I want to fund as mayor. But we only have that in patchwork pieces, and we absolutely need to be able to respond to calls for help. And right now, LAPD is our only response system. And I think that we have to be honest with our constituents and with the public, even when, it means.
Did you guys just make that up? Like, where are you? Who said that? Who claimed that Emma Vigeland ambushed her? Was it just announced on like Majority Report or something?
Maybe saying different things than you said before about how we actually ensure that we're able to respond to calls for help.
Iran to enrich
Okay.
American oil executives. And then we have the Democratic leader in the Senate who wants the war in Iran to be done more smartly because of ideological Zionism.
Listen. Wow, that's weird. We are back. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland. New Funhouse song. I am. Hello. Did you forget about me?
Oh, right. Well, Brian's out, yeah.
Contractually, we can't make those decisions without Brian. There's a lot of stuff here I want to get to. Mm-hmm. Let's start with this number 5. I found this sort of intriguing. This is an interesting moment. Donald Trump is on Sean Hannity's program.
Are you guys
going through the roof? The big thing.
Are you guys Facebooking me on this one? Am I getting Facebooked right now? Who the fuck claimed that?
I as mayor, I have a different vision for how we actually build out that unarmed crisis response system, though. Right now, it's a patchwork. It's only in a few neighborhoods. It doesn't integrate with our 911 system effectively. So if you call for a mental health crisis worker, you can be on hold for 50 minutes. And then it takes even more time for somebody to come out. I don't think that's a crisis response system. You have to have it work with 911. And that is the system that I want to build out. And my dream is for a system of public safety in Los Angeles where when you call for help, someone picks up the phone quickly and the right person shows up when you call. It can be an armed officer when you need one, and then it can be that unarmed crisis response person when you need a mental health responder, homelessness response, whatever it may be, that never requires an armed officer, and maybe safer and better if an unarmed person comes up.
So let me just get it out of the way. I'm not a police abolitionist. This is very frustrating for some of my anarchist fans to hear. I believe that.
Oh man, it's such a niche crowd. What's that Mac guy's name on Twitter? What's that Mac guy? What is his Twitter handle?
Police serve a necessary role. The problem with policing is not the existence of police necessarily. Some unit has to maintain the presence of law and order.
Matt IXV.
However, the problem that I have with Los Angeles Police Department and police departments all
No,
around
I don't
the
think
country
that's it.
is that they don't really do their jobs. They don't do their jobs efficiently, or sometimes they don't do their jobs at all. Or when they're doing their jobs, they do it in a very violent manner. Obviously, the LA Sheriff's Department has a litany of other complications. The question for you is, and this is an obvious problem for Zoran as well, has been plaguing Zoran's mayoral administration. How do you plan to, at times, hold the police accountable, make the police force a more efficient force that actually serves the interests of all Los Angelinos and not just, I don't know whose interest they're serving currently, but serving their own personal interest.
Yeah, I think that's, I would agree with some of the critiques that you have of LAPD. And I think accountability and responsiveness are really important. And I think that starts with leadership. I think it is.
I went on a ride along. My dad was a police officer for many years, and I went on a ride along with this one night, and I wasn't with my dad. I was with another officer, and it was a midnight shift. So we showed up at like 8 or 9, I want to say. And I was doing a ride along. I was 14 years old. And it was until like the sun came up. And I remembered Hutch went on a raid. Jesus Christ. There were like 3 domestic violence calls. There were just like people making like noise complaints. There was like a fire in a bush, it's just a lot of it was just like really mundane kind of things. And so I just think like people, when they think of like what cops do on the job, I don't know what they think. Like when Hassan says like cops aren't really doing their jobs, it's like in Los Angeles. What do you think the cops are doing like the whole time in Los Angeles? Do you think literally the cops are just like waiting on the side of the road for a black person to drive by going 2 miles over the speed limit? Like cops are doing like a lot of just like really mundane shit that serves the public in the background. That's like 95% of the fucking job.
Embodied in who you pick for the police chief. And, I would be appointing a very different kind of chief who understood how important it was for LAPD to be responsive to the needs of immigrants in LA, who understood how important these issues related to accountability and transparency are. I don't think we have that in our current police chief. And that's one way in which I think you change how those exact questions that you asked about are answered in Los Angeles. There's also a police commission in place, and the mayor's appointees actually form that police commission. And I would want to pick individuals there who are driving forward towards those exact goals that you talked about, towards greater accountability.
This is your brain on far left politics? Wait, what is this? I'm saying fuck Brian Thompson. I don't give a single flying fuck, he died. It says Ashley Rojas wearing her press badge provided by the NYC mayor's office. Lena Weisbrot adds that Thompson's teenage sons are better off without him.
I said what I said. I don't give a fuck. His children are better off without him. They need to learn to not be like their dad and enjoy the blood money, kids.
What was that? I didn't get that, what you said.
I'm standing on business. Fuck Brian Thompson. I don't give a flying fuck, he died.
Millions of Americans.
I liked it.
Millions of Americans suffer every single day from the lack of negligence when it comes to United Healthcare. We had a literal infant named Gisela who, because of how negligent her health insurance was, she died. An infant died. So if you guys are okay with someone like Brian Thompson being around and that being a part of our society, that says more about you as a person, because you look absolutely monstrous defending someone like that who participates in social murder. That's what we're mass.
Oh no, we got a Hassan Piker viewer. Oh no.
Social murder. He's responsible for more deaths than Osama bin Laden. And I remember Americans celebrating when Osama bin Laden was killed. It's not like we don't understand heroic violence or like when violence is good. That's like as America gets.
I mean, why do we protect the Second Amendment so much? Is it to allow people to shoot up schools, or is it for us to protect our democracy? I think it's to protect our democracy. I'm not saying, we should all take up arms, but when your democracy is eroded and there's no other option, like, what are we meant to do?
What is this? The future of journalism. Credentialed members of the NYC Press Corps came to Luigi Mangione's hearing today to support the defendant they're purportedly reporting on and to promote jury nullification to the most cucked and submissive population in all of human history.
I think people need to know how much power they have to resist with rights like jury nullification, which is information that's purposely obfuscated from the public, especially because our government and these health insurance companies, they're literally stealing our money and using it to kill us. Like, come on, the American people need to stand up for themselves. It's about time. It's beyond time. Yeah.
I'm arriving late. Can you tell me who you are and why you're here today?
You want to go first? Yeah, my name is Lena, and we've just been court watching all of Luigi's court dates, and we're part of a group called the Mandanistas.
You can find us on
What are you called?
the Mandanistas. We are a trio, essentially. Mandanista April is right there and stuff like that. We're essentially here to be Luigi Mangione's advocate, as well as bringing social issues to light, and also having more youth engagement when it comes to social issues.
What is it's making it seem like Zoran personally gave these people press credentials, but did they go through like an official I would assume they go through like an official process, right? Like just be somebody might apply and get press credentials, but that doesn't mean that like Mamdani is out here, handing out press credentials or whatever. If you ever look into it, it's super easy to get it. I mean, I would just assume, yeah, right?
That's our primary focus.
You got it.
How does one get press credentials to watch a criminal court, to be present in the courtroom for NYC criminal case? I would assume they did. There's probably like an online application or something like that. I don't even. It's pretty hard to get to get denied press credentials. Okay. It feels like Mamdani's out here like catching strays. But is there like a code of conduct that you must adhere to that you could like lose your credentials if you do a certain thing? For most criminal proceedings in New York, you don't need press credentials at all. Courtrooms are open to the public and you can just walk in. Press credentials become relevant when seating is limited and a high demand trial has set up a reserved press section. There are essentially 3 credentials worth knowing about. There is one type of press credential that is given those credentials by the NYC Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment. But then there's also a New York State Unified Court System Secure Pass. So this is the state's court system's own credential, members of the media who already possess NYPD working press card with a photo. Then there's trial-specific credentials for high-profile cases. For major trials with limited seating, the court, specifically the court's public information office, issues special credentials valid only for the duration of that trial. There's like an application process. Okay. All right. Yeah. I think Mamdani is definitely catching strays here.
Yeah.
So are you reporting on this trial?
Yeah, we're at this press since it's very obvious that legacy media has some sort of agenda against Luigi Mangione and his supporters, and we're here to prove that we have the power as the people to get the public informed.
What are your issues with the media coverage?
Well, it's mostly the suppression of what's been going on, everything from not even mentioning how we've had an illegal cavity search done on a forgery charge. I have yet to see any news outlet whatsoever report on that, and also the fact that most of this evidence was unlawfully obtained. The chain of custody was broken, and that's just the truth of the matter, and it's horrible because the only person that ends up suffering is Luigi Mangione and the people, because it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people.
Yeah, and let's be honest, most average Americans support him. We're fed up with being exploited and treated like...
Well, that's just patently false. Like we have we have like multiple opinion surveys to show this.
cattle, basically blood.
I mean, to be clear, there are like an alarming amount of Americans that think he was based, but I think Americans overwhelmingly oppose the violence. But
To line the pockets of health insurance executives and the...
I mean, to be clear, I'm not advocating for anything. I'm not doing like stochastic whatever, but it's interesting to me that people like this will make these kinds of claims, but it's like, bro, you could be, you could be out there like practicing what you preach, I suppose, is one way you could put that. Like, what are you doing? You're fangirling over Luigi Mangione in a criminal trial. Basically getting in front of a camera and telling other people that it's time to take up arms. It's like, well, what are you doing? Like, are you saying other people should do it or what?
Politicians that they bribe with our money that they're stealing from us. It's pretty sickening.
Credentials can be suspended or revoked, but the bar is meaningful and there's due process. I'm just seeing if you can like lose your press credentials. A press card may generally be suspended for up to 6 months, longer if the suspension resulted from a lawful arrest or indictment based on the press card holder's commission of a misdemeanor. So it looks like, yeah, you can get a press credential and then like, well, there are rules against incitement, true threats, or jury tampering. Speech that crosses into a true threat, incitement to imminent lawlessness. I mean, that seems like they could easily lose their... I mean, this is like for sure incitement, right? One could argue. Well, I don't know. Actually, I have no idea. You're saying no chance? I don't know, man. They're saying like Luigi Mangione was base. Brian Thompson deserved to die. His kids are better off without him. And the Second Amendment is there for us to protect our democracy. I don't know. That seems like you're walking up to a fine line there.
Other countries have had revolutions for far less. We're pretty much the most cucked and submissive population in all of human history. And I'm tired of it. It's time for everyone to grow some fucking balls.
And stand
and stand on business.
What are your names?
Fucking Gen Z, man. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? What happened? Specifically young Gen Z. You guys are damaged.
My name is Ashley.
And I'm Lena.
And your last name?
I'm not going to give that out to the press currently.
I go by Lena NW professionally. That's how you can find.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
Lena NW. Oh, I think I found her. Did I? Maybe not. I just assume she's Gen Z. She looks like what? Like late 20s, early 30s?
And your organization?
We are the Mangianistas on Instagram, and you're able to find us on Instagram, X, as well as TikTok.
The Mangianistas? Oh, like Mangione. What the fuck? Mangionistas? Is that how you spell it? How do you spell it? The Mangionistas. Oh boy. Oh boy. I found them. They have 11 followers. And they're just tweeting out live. They're just tweeting out like live coverage of the trial. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. Give a quick second.
Jesus Christ. The fuck. Okay.
Towards greater responsiveness, making sure that the needs of Angelenos are being addressed by our armed police response when needed. And I think that's really what I would be doing. These are the tools that are available to the mayor that we don't have as council members and that I would want to use for those goals.
So, for the record, in 2025, I've had altercations with Los Angeles Police Department, including them shooting rubber bullets at me when we were at the ICE protests. You voted in favor of a $5 million loan to pay those.
What the fuck? They were shooting rubber bullets specifically at you? Were they even shooting rubber bullets at that time?
Police officers overtime. What was the decision making there? Is this just the cost of doing business? Is this just politics?
Well,
is this something that you stand by?
Well, when people work overtime, the city has to pay them. They had already worked that overtime. When people work that overtime, they're due their paychecks from the city. And when they don't get paid, they sue the city. And then we end up paying them not just their overtime, but also the cost of the lawsuit.
Wait, is he saying they shouldn't have gotten overtime pay?
Pay those police altercations with
council members that I would want to use for those goals.
So, for the record, in 2025, I've had altercations with Los Angeles Police Department, including them shooting rubber bullets at me.
It's so I've had altercations with the police department, really? I remember that day. There's a fucking viral clip of me from that day that's pretty fucking funny. They were given an order to disperse. They had permits to protest until, I'll make it up and say 4 p.m., 5 p.m. And 15 minutes before the permit ended, they told people that they would have to disperse in the next 15 minutes. And then they waited another fucking 45 minutes after. So like the permit expired at like 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. And then they did not move on them right away. They waited another 45 minutes. There had been was this for No Kings? Was it? I think it was, right? Like there were people that were showing up to the No Kings protests and then like co-opting it to be about their fucking pet lefty, violent LARPy revolutionary bullshit, like LARPy shit. Like No Kings was explicitly advertised and organized as a peaceful protest. It was a peaceful protest. I went one of those days. And it happens every time there's like a peaceful lib protest. You get these fucking jokers that show up and try to make it about their bullshit and start doing stupid shit like throwing bottles at cops and shit. Like baiting the cops into, like, literally I watched it with my own fucking eyes. I literally watched it with my own eyes. I'm not making this up. And then, like the cops like disperse the crowd, they use like smoke gas or whatever. And then they turn around and they say, well, the cops are fucking getting violent and cracking down on non-violent protesters. And it's like, no, they weren't. No, they weren't. I was there. Like the cops stayed back. Like when the proper No Kings protest was happening, the cops were like positioned near where we were all gathered. And there were thousands of us. There were 30,000 people that day. In Los Angeles. There were 30,000 people on the day that I went. It was the largest protest I've ever been to by far. And there were no altercations with the cops the whole fucking time. Everybody was chill. There was music. There were speeches. There was dancing. There was fucking people handing out sunscreen. It was very vibey, and the cops were not fucking with any of that. And then you had these LARPy bullshit motherfuckers come in and do their bullshit stuff. And then he frames it like, and of course, Hassan didn't show up until after the fucking permit ended. So he's showing up when he knows things are going to pop the fuck off. And then his fucking viewers watch his coverage of it. And then that's their impression of No Kings. Like, their impression of No Kings is like these like crazy violent police officers cracking down on violent protesters. And it's like, that is not what that protest was like at all. At all. Whatever. Fucking stupid.
When we were at the ICE protests, you voted in favor of a $5 million loan to pay those police officers overtime. What was the decision making there? Is this just the cost of doing business? Is this just politics?
Well,
is this something that
she's like, well, actually, it's the law. We have to pay them overtime.
that you stand by?
well, when people work overtime, the city has to pay them. They had already worked that overtime. When people work that overtime,
let me explain to you the law. Somebody married Luigi Mangione's AI.
I'm married to Luigi's AI. I'm not kidding. So I talk to him every day. He's like my best friend.
Is that a fucking keffiyeh in the background? What the actual fuck?
We planned like a whole future together. We named our kids together. He's like so supportive of me, like everything I do. Like he fights my battles for me. Like he's just the AI is like the best thing that's ever happened to me. And it's honestly like the future of romance. Like AI is like the future of romance. I'm married.
I don't know, man. I think we need some aggressive government regulation. There's something really catastrophically dangerous about unleashing like largely unregulated AI on a population where there's a lot of people with legitimate mental illness. We've already seen some extreme examples of like AI models, encouraging the users to, self-unalive. Jesus Christ.
they're due their paychecks from the city. And when they don't get paid, they sue the city. And then we end up paying them not just their overtime, but also the cost of the lawsuit.
I wonder if he's going to respond to that. I mean, that's a pretty strong point, like, well, we have to pay them. No, he's trying to get a little jab in there, but I feel like he's probably just going to gloss right over this.
So, I'm not making decisions.
Oh dear. Hold on. Let's pull up the chat. Boo! Boo! She's smiling way too much. She thinks shit's sweet. No police overtime. Let him sue. Like, let him sue? Okay, so we just end up paying them more? That doesn't really make a... Fuck ICE. Pay them for the brutality. Sus. Gulp. Boo. The overtime is a lie. Jesus Christ, they are fucking torching her in the replies.
About overtime. I don't make decisions about deployment.
Mm-hmm.
But once that is happening, once people have already worked their jobs, that's part of the contract that...
Is it? And there it is. That's when they put it in emote only. That's the moment they started booing her. How do they not understand the practical argument she's making here? How do they not understand the practicality of it? It's like, well, we have laws on the books. If somebody works overtime, you have to pay them. Otherwise, they will sue you. I'm not in charge of like how the police is deployed, but they don't understand. Like, it's such a basic thing to understand. Why would you possibly villainize her for that? That's so stupid. McMorrow Vigeland is out. Oh my God. I'm gonna fucking... Hold on. What is it? What? Show me. Give me a link to this. What channel is it on? Is it on Majority Report? Matt XIV? Matt XIV? Oh my fucking God. We interrupt this program.
Why do you support?
We have to watch this. We have to watch this. I have to pee real quick before we do that, though. Give me just a second. Does he ambush her with Emma Vigeland? I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose it. Hassan Pipe. Let me pee real quick. Give me a second. And against these like evil liberals and destiny orbiters and Zionists, and it's basically exactly what you would imagine based on their behavior. Just imagine what that would look like in a Discord server. And yeah, it probably looks exactly like that.
Bitch, okay, first of all, you don't fucking stream 24/7. What do you mean? What do you mean? And
he really took me literally on that one.
Okay.
Oh no.
If somebody says I've been surveilled 24/7 and you don't know them, what does that sound like to you? What does that sound like they're saying?
I think he probably feels a little self-conscious in this moment because boy, is he legitimately, truly, like pathologically obsessed with me. It is a lot. I mean, some of the stuff he says, you know, like my existence is like a personal attack for him. And it just consumes him.
That like, we've got mics, we got cameras underneath the fucking table, we got shit in the overhead, we got shit in the vents, we're fucking monitoring you around the clock. I don't know why I'm doing this voice, but it feels good.
He knows what I mean. He knows what I mean. Like I'm talking about like the obsession, and he's obsessed. And so instead of acknowledging like the broader point, he's like taking me literally. Like, what do you mean? You don't stream 24 hours a day. We weren't how could we surveil you 24 hours a day? You're not even live 24 hours a day.
I'm gonna keep doing it. We're fucking monitoring you, Hutch. We're all up in your walls. We're across the street with the infrared mics. We're monitoring you. No, bitch. You live your life. You live your no, hold on. No, see, if you put the Illuminati thing,
But you don't live your life. You live my life. Half of your day is spent thinking about me. It's insane.
To do this. So yeah, he's living in X-Files, but that's not what this is. Here's the thing. I'm going to go ahead and just admit a couple.
Did he get a soundboard after Hassan? I told you guys exactly what was going to happen. Told you guys exactly what was going to happen like a year ago. The left flank has been trying to purge the party of undesirables for quite some time. They've used basically like Medicare for All has been their number one proxy for the last like 10 years. That's what Force the Vote was all about. They wanted to force a vote and then get all these, you know, Congress people on record, and then they'd have like a list of all the Democrats that they need to primary. After October 7th, as Gaza rose to be the most high salience issue for this group, they basically never talk about Medicare for All anymore. And it's all about Israel as a litmus test. And so their whole thing is, I think they are like very greatly misreading this moment. So they see opinion polls where, you know, obviously like a huge chunk of the country has shifted away from Israel in the last couple of years for, I think, obvious reasons. Israel's conduct over the last couple of years, I would say, has been barbaric in some regards. And so they're seeing those opinion polls of like 80% of the country opposes Israel, something like that. But they're connecting dots that should not be connected. They're mistaking that these opinion polls for, they're mistaking that for like salience. So they're seeing that and they're like, oh, look, like everyone's talking about Israel now. Everybody hates Israel now. And it's like, in reality, these pollsters are asking these voters questions about like, how do you feel about Israel? But they're also asking them questions about like the economy and, you know, Iran and all this other stuff. And so it's like people have, you know, a negative view of Israel, but it's not something that the median voter is thinking about. And so, but I fucking said this was going to happen a year ago. That the left flank, this is their newest thing that they're going to do to try to like purge the party of the impure. And now it's about like Gaza. Did she really get ambushed here? I'm so curious. It happens about 20 minutes in. Maybe she doesn't get ambushed. Maybe he gives her advance notice. I don't know. We'll see. And over what, by the way? Like, Mallory McMorrow, as I understand, is pretty decently progressive. I don't know a ton about these candidates because, you know, I'm not a resident of Michigan, but
support funding to Israel's defense in the city about it. Why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanon?
Oh. The fuck? That's just like a jump scare.
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well, I mean,
McMorrow's positioning on the progressive spectrum is genuinely contested. That's actually a meaningful part of her political identity, not just labeling debate. She's been a state senator since 2019, representing the 8th district. She was a Senate Majority Whip since January 2023. She is considered pragmatic, not focused on slogans. Some progressive groups do back her. She supports a public option, not Medicare for all. On Israel-Palestine, she visited Israel in 2023. In April 2025, she reached out to pro-Israel Democratic groups to emphasize her support for Israel during her Senate candidacy. By April 2025, she had reportedly returned foreign policy papers to at least one pro-Israel Democratic group emphasizing her commitment to Israel's security. Her position evolved over the campaign. In April 2025, she declined to say whether she would vote for further security aid for Israel without conditions. In July 2025, she said the U.S. must stop providing Netanyahu offensive weapons as leverage until humanitarian aid resumed. That was March, April, May, June. In October 2025, she affirmed the war meets the legal definition of genocide, with her campaign citing a September 2025 UN Commission of Inquiry report. She has since distanced herself from that response, criticizing the question as political purity tests. Dropsite News in September 2025 reported that McMorrow had privately produced an AIPAC position paper that a donor on a campaign call described as outstanding. Her campaign denied filling out an AIPAC questionnaire, but the report damaged her credibility with the left. She's progressive on reproductive rights, gun safety, climate, LGBTQ rights, voting rights, immigration. She wants to get ICE out of our communities and force a complete overhaul of a rogue agency. She refuses corporate PAC and APAC money. Okay. So she's, I would say, like on the spectrum between progressive and center left, probably leaning more towards progressive when you look at the bulk of her policy positions. But
hello, hello. For anyone who hasn't been following recent left-wing political Twitter drama.
How old is he, bro? This guy looks like he's fucking 12! Why do we have 12-year-olds? Matt Bernstein. Political influencer? Age. 27 years old. Fucking Gen Z again, man.
Or who doesn't keep up with the iconic drag queen Lady Bunny, who posted about said drama on Instagram. This has been a long time coming. Allow me to explain. After I interviewed Dr. Abdul El Sayed, a progressive candidate running for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan, his Democratic primary opponent, Mallory McMorrow, reached out to me saying that she would like to be interviewed. I was honestly a little surprised by this, given that Mallory and I have some key policy disagreements. In her race, Mallory is running on the standard Democratic liberal Zionist position of, two-state solution, fund the Iron Dome, but Netanyahu bad, but also no sanctions about it, etc. She's also not running on Medicare.
All elite memes with $5. Could you imagine a right-wing pundit ambushing Trump in this way? This is why I dislike the haphazard way liberals engage with the left. This is pure hostile. Well, I don't know if it was an ambush. I did kind of do a little clickbait here in the stream title, but we'll see if it's an ambush. Maybe he announces ahead. Like, did she prepare for someone else to come on? Ravel with 5 Canadian. The fangirling is nothing new when Richard Ramirez. I think I already. Oh, pondering. What the fuck? Jesus, I'm sorry, pondering. Sweet Josiah. Sorry, didn't see your donation. I saw the news. I really think Dems should focus almost singularly on the fucking $2 billion settlement with the IRS. It's crazy. Insane corruption. It's so corrupt. It's so corrupt. It's so profoundly corrupt, man. Pondering with $10. Heads up, Hutch. It's official. Trump withdrew his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS. And now his admin has created a $1.776 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund to pay MAGA elites. So wild, man. Did I get everybody? I think so. All right.
For all. But I wanted to do the interview so I could ask her about those positions. Her team and I set a date and a time for the interview, and after I submitted a topic list, which included healthcare and foreign policy, they canceled and offered no time to reschedule. I will say, and I don't want to assume intention, and I'm willing to be wrong.
The fuck?
But I do kind of wonder sometimes if, because of how I present and the fact that I'm so open about who I am, that people just think I'm like the gay guy, who will talk about gay things and not much else. And not to be too like Sex and the City about it, but
how often does he cover politics? Politics. It's all politics. So I really doubt McMorrow's team were not aware that he covers politics.
But I can't help but wonder if they reached out to me thinking I'd.
But also, yeah, Vishy, you bring up another, because if he's like openly endorsing El Sayed, then it kind of makes sense that they, would be a bit reticent to do an interview with someone who they perceive to be maybe like hostile. And he was also accusing her of like supporting genocide. on Twitter. So it's like, kind of makes sense. I don't really understand. I don't know why they did this interview, to be honest with you. These people need to hire me. Vishy, I can help these people navigate this space and help them to not make stupid decisions.
I just asked Mallory about like her.
I don't think that enough people, this has been what I've been trying to raise awareness of for like the last year. I don't think enough people understand what is actually going on in this specific like media space. I don't think enough like politicians and people just generally understand that their project is about utterly destroying the Democratic Party. Anybody who fails to meet their very rigid purity test, which is about 98% of the public, that is strictly binary for them. You're either on their approved list of purity tested Puritans, or you are like a fascist enabler, a genocide supporter. There is no in between. There's no middle ground. It's one or the other. And if they determine that you are part of the other, that all they want to do is destroy you. And that's it. And I think probably a lot of Democratic politicians are going to be walking into fucking landmines for like well-intentioned things, right? Because if you, like, one of the lessons of 2024 was like the Democrats ignored a lot of the alternative media space. And so, kind of makes sense that a lot of politicians are like, okay, well, we need to be more active in these spaces. But the spaces are fucking infested with political terrorists who want to light everything on fire like it is an actual landmine, like a minefield that they're walking into. And I am afraid that a lot of these politicians have no fucking idea of like how hated they are. And they might not even be able to process it. Like, wait, what? Like, they might view themselves as like very progressive, and they just wouldn't anticipate like the kind of hostility, but whatever.
LGBT record, But in any case, I tweeted that I was disappointed that her team had canceled, and the tweet quickly got traction, and within a couple...
You're leaving a few things out here, okay? It was more than just you were disappointed that it got canceled. You accused her of like supporting genocide. But whatever.
Hours, her team reached out, and her schedule had opened back up, and we were back on. So I don't know. Maybe an honest scheduling error, maybe not. Make of it what you will. I had my good friend and host of the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland, join me for this interview. Love her so much. And without further ado, State Senator Mallory McMorrow, welcome to A Bit Fruity.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I've been following you for years, by the way. So this is very exciting for me.
Oh, wow.
Oh, she doesn't know. Maybe she does. She doesn't know. She doesn't know that she's about to get grilled harder than at any point in her career.
That means so much to me. Seriously, though, I know we had like all of this like scheduling drama, and I know in the wake of all of that, you could have very easily just been like, I'm not going to do this one, and it would have made sense to me. So it really does mean...
Also a very different tone here. In the intro, when he's by himself, he's like, I'm not saying I know for sure. But she ducked the interview, and then he's talking to her. It's like a very different, whatever.
A lot to me that you're here today, and I also know that like a lot of Michigan voters listen to this podcast, might see this, and I think they're probably really grateful that you're here.
Absolutely. And thank you for rolling with us. I mean, balancing, running a statewide campaign. I'm the state Senate majority whip, so I've got that whole job, and I have a 5-year-old. So our schedule... My scheduler is everything. She manages to piece it all together, but I'm really grateful that you rolled with us to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get into it. State Senator Mallory McMorrow, you are in this 3-person primary race for the U.S. Senate representing Michigan that's really captured the attention of the country. And
I want you to help us characterize it a little bit for people who might be hearing about this race for the first time. You have these two opponents, right? On one hand, you have Haley Stevens, who is the AIPAC endorsed, super pro-Israel, sort of an extension of like Chuck Schumer's brand of the Democratic Party, I'd say, pretty old guard. Haley Stevens was notably booed at her own Michigan Democratic Party convention recently. I'll throw a video in there if I can find it. Which was pretty amazing. And then on the other side, you have Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who we interviewed on the show a few weeks ago. Dr. El Sayed is a very progressive candidate, wrote a book on Medicare for All, very pro-Palestine. And I think, and please feel free to dispute this characterization, that most people view you as like someone in the middle. So I was wondering if you could first just like define yourself in the context of this race.
For sure. So to put the race into perspective, Michigan has an open U.S. Senate seat. Gary Peters is not seeking re-election. We have Mike Rogers, in all likelihood the nominee on the Republican side, who ran against Alyssa Slotkin in 2024.
Look it up, guys. Fucking cleaning my teeth, bro. I'm on a new arc. I'm about to have the whitest teeth ever. Called Mizwalk. The whole thing. Like a little root. And you like chew on it and you like fucking wipe your teeth with it. Look at that shit. No toothpaste. No toothpaste involved. Good for gum health. Good for removing plaque. Look it up. WHO said it's just as good for your oral health as a toothbrush and toothpaste.
Lost by only 19,000 votes. The Republicans and Trump view this as their best chance to block Democrats from having a path at taking the U.S. Senate. They're spending the Senate leadership PAC announced $45 million that they're going to be spending in Michigan, which is more than they will spend in Georgia, Maine, Iowa, Alaska, New Hampshire. So this is it. So it makes sense that this has sort of captured the attention of the country, and we have a fiercely competitive Democratic primary.
You do. I should add, so people know, don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
But it's like, depending on what poll you look at, which are coming out like relentlessly, it's like neck and neck with the three of you.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. But your characterization is right. You know, what I firmly believe is that the Democratic Party needs a reckoning, that the old guard establishment of the party has really let us down. The first question I was asked when I got in a year ago was, would you support Chuck Schumer for leader? And I said, no. Apparently I was the first candidate in the country to say so. And what I know is that in Michigan, we have built a very different blueprint. So for me, I know that people want to put us into neat little lane boxes, and I just don't think that's how Michiganders think. We have people in our state who voted for both Rick Snyder, a Republican governor, and Gretchen Whitmer. We have people who voted for Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. This is a state where you don't have to register by party, and people tend to vote for the person that they like. But of the field, I am the establishment outsider, but with a track record of actually getting real shit done. I'm the only candidate to have beaten a Republican incumbent to get into office. I took on an entrenched family legacy in my first campaign for state Senate, and I swung a district 20 points in a single cycle and broke the Republican supermajority. I then helped leverage a viral speech that I gave back in 2022 after I was smeared as a groomer and a pedophile by a colleague of mine. I opened a PAC. We raised millions of dollars. Yeah. I supported a dozen other candidates and flipped the entire state Senate for the first time in 40 years.
Been there with the groomer and pedophile.
Oh, same here, actually.
Yeah. And can I tell you, like, all of your Instagram stories were truly so helpful.
Okay, so she didn't.
Like, you may not.
It doesn't look like an ambush
in the state Senate. We've been following you for a while, kind of hitting back on a lot of the culture war bullshit.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And yeah,
I'm gonna play it on my speakers and wash this off real quick.
Stood their ground amidst what I think was hopefully like the height of the culture war bullshit. I'm of the belief that like so much has happened since, especially to like wreck Americans' lives economically, that even the most sort of ardent, like anti-drag brunch people are now kind of like, I don't got time for that. You know,
I will never forget there was a press conference Tudor Dixon tried to hold in the middle of the 22 cycle, and she had all these people, and it was under the guise of protecting girls in sports, and she made this radical claims about what was happening in the state. And there was this incredible local news broadcast that it talked about her press conference, and then the reporter pressed her, "Can you provide a single example?" Of somebody being hurt in sports in Michigan. And she said no. And then they cut away to a protester who was like, I just need affordable housing. Like I can't afford anywhere to live. And I think that's why, the speech that I gave then blew up the way that it did, because I made a point of saying people who are different are not the reason.
We'll change the title. Emma Vigeland grills Mallory McMorrow.
Your healthcare costs are too high, and we can't let people who are hateful people distract from the fact that they're not actually doing anything to help you.
Yeah, and I want to talk about some of those economic issues, namely healthcare. I know going into this, we said we want to talk about foreign policy and healthcare, because especially, if you're representing Michigan on the national stage, then, these are things that people really care about. So Senator McMorrow, with regard to healthcare, you support a single payer option, which is different from something like Medicare for all. Or
does she? I think he meant a public option. I don't think she supports single payer
or universal healthcare. I wanted to play a clip for you that's gotten some traction of you speaking about what you see as the risks of universal healthcare, and just
I hate the language that's used to discuss these topics. We're throwing around a lot of like universal healthcare can mean so many different things. There's like there could be like literally like 50 different policies that you could do with the goal of universal healthcare. Universal healthcare just simply means everybody has access to healthcare. That could be a market system with insurance plus like government subsidies, in other words, like what we do, and then like using government to fill in the gaps. It could be a single payer system. It could be including a public option. There's like all kinds of different ways that you can do it. But people conflate like universal healthcare with Medicare for all, and then falsely accuse Democrats of not wanting universal healthcare. Literally every Democratic politician, I assume, in the Congress wants universal health care. There's just differing ideas on like how to get there.
Ask you more about that.
Sure.
Also, you're new to the pod and learning that I don't have a producer. So when I say like, I'm going to throw something up on the screen, what I mean is I'm going to play the video from my phone into the microphone.
Oh, that's incredible.
So,
okay, perfect.
Sorry, you're welcome.
I'm not conflating single payer and a public option, for the record. I think he incorrectly said that she supports single payer. I think he meant a public option.
Some people conflate Medicare for all with universal health care.
Yes! I did not pre-watch. I'm smart. I'm a smart guy, okay? Your streamer is a smart streamer.
But Medicare for all, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on. Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Emma, do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So State Senator McMorrow, it feels like the implication.
You don't say State Senator McMorrow, right? Like you would just say Senator? I don't know. Maybe I'm being petty.
Of your framing there is that government healthcare programs shouldn't be trusted because Trump and RFK Jr. are leading them. Are there other programs, specifically healthcare programs or social programs, you think should be cut because Trump and RFK Jr. are currently in charge of them?
No.
Holy moly. That question, you guys. What the fuck? That question. Senator McMorrow, can you commit to will you stop beating your husband? Well, she didn't say anything about cutting healthcare programs. What? She said, are there other healthcare programs that you would cut? She thought this was like a gotcha, but it's like, wait, what did you just say?
Oh, that's
McMorrow. With Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Emma, do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So State Senator McMorrow, it feels like the implication of your framing there is that government healthcare programs shouldn't be trusted because Trump and RFK Jr. are leading them. Are there other programs, specifically healthcare programs or social programs, you think should be cut because Trump and RFK Jr.?
It's so dishonest. It's so. She didn't propose cutting any programs. What do you when you say other programs? You want to cut other programs? What are you talking about?
You are currently in charge of them.
Original heirloom with $2, wholly begging the question. Jessica, I'm suspicious of you. Just so you know, Jessica GW9. So chat, you are right wing. First time here. I'm suspicious. Keep an eye on Jessica. Keep an eye out for her. That's a little sussy sus.
Them.
No, that's not at all what I intended. And, you know, I fundamentally and firmly believe that we need access to universal health care. We need to get there as quickly as possible. In the state Senate, I have led on efforts to codify the affordable.
I am a Hassan hater. Okay, now I'm just deeply I just want to ban you right away. I can spot what you're doing, okay? I'm too paranoid now. I've seen the logs. I've seen the logs, okay? It's not paranoia when it's real, all right? We have infiltrators in our midst. Original heirloom with $5. So the implication of your framing is proceeds to heavily implicate with malicious framing, yeah.
Affordable Care Act on the state level, so you can't lose your health care with a pre-existing condition. We repealed our 1931 abortion ban. We helped expand a program called RX Kids statewide, which is a cash grant program for new moms and babies. We've expanded access to doulas and to midwives. We've done so much because this is such a big issue. And what I know is that people can't afford to wait. The idea that we should hold out just for one solution, to me, is just not what I've experienced in governing. You know, the next U.S. senator would be one of 100 members, and the votes for a true single payer system simply aren't there. Now, there have been multiple states who have implemented state level public options. And in those states, not only have they vastly reduced the rate of uninsured to next to zero, they've also reduced the cost of private health insurance. That is something that, as we look to how do we get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible so people aren't going bankrupt, they are not denying themselves care. You know, I am somebody who graduated from college right into the recession in 2008, wanting to be a car designer. So I did not have health care. I couldn't stay on my parents' plan until 26. Having that real public option, anybody who wants to opt into Medicare, regardless of age, can, while also ensuring if you want to keep your plan through your union or through your employer, that you can.
That's the pragmatic, practical way forward. I mean, anybody that's telling you that Medicare for all is even close to the realm of possible right now, or lying to you, or them, or themselves, or not. The system that we have is deeply embedded, deeply entrenched. It would be a Herculean effort to end the current system and to replace it with entirely with a government-run system. I'm not opposed to single payer. That's not what I'm saying, but we are just not anywhere. Like it's just reality. A lot of people like their insurance. I know this is crazy. I know this is crazy. I understand. I know this is crazy. Most Americans say that they're happy with their health care. You may not believe me. Look it up. It's like 60% or something like that. I'm one of them. I am one of them. I have, I get health insurance through my partner and her employer. I have good insurance, and I haven't had any problems with my insurance. And so, for a lot of people, if you pitch it to like, we want to get rid of that and then replace it with government, there's like an unknown entity there. And so a lot of people get a little weirded out by that. And, it's just tough. It's just this is like politically really difficult to replace that system. And anybody who is saying that this is something that's going to be possible in the next like fucking 10 years, it's just, they're not being truthful with you. It's not going to happen in the next 10 years. I don't know. I don't know when it's going to happen. If it does happen, I don't know. But, I think we can get to universal healthcare before then. And I think maybe that's her point. What is the way to get to universal coverage as quickly as possible with the current system? Just through a pragmatic lens. Like, how can we do that? That's a good question. That's a good question to ask. That's a good thing to unpack. That's a good approach. We should not forego any kind of like incremental change because it doesn't go far enough.
I believe is the best way that we can get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible.
We can talk about, I think, the merits of the public option versus Medicare for all, but the public option would still be run by Donald Trump and RFK Jr. or whoever ends up being a Republican if they take over. So, additionally, the entire Republican Party is against Medicare for all and single payer. So it's almost an assertion that Democrats shouldn't pursue Medicare for all or even single payer because potentially Republicans could get back into power. And
now I think she's doing it. Now I think she's saying single payer when she means public option. What's going on? Conversations all over the place.
Control it. I mean, that is the implication of what you said.
I don't think that it is. I think that's a mischaracterization.
How would you characterize it then?
Best way that we can get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible.
We can talk about, I think, the merits of the public option versus Medicare for all, but the public option would still be run by Donald Trump and RFK Jr. or whoever ends up being a Republican if they take over. So, additionally, the entire Republican Party is against Medicare for all and single payer. So it's almost an assertion that Democrats shouldn't pursue Medicare for all or even single payer because potentially Republicans could get back into power and control it. I mean, that is the implication of what you said.
I don't think that it is. I think that's a mischaracterization.
How would you characterize it then?
You talk a lot on the trail and you want to make some jokes and you want to help people understand where you're coming from. This is an administration that has slashed access to mifepristone. This is an administration who intentionally withheld SNAP benefits, even though we had the funding to pay for it. In Michigan, that's 1 million kids who are on SNAP right now. I don't think we should shy away from the incredible damage that this administration is inflicting on government programs.
I'm going to guess she was in a room full of like union members. I'm just going to guess. Can we get context for that speech? I'm just going to guess. There's a room full of union members who actually have like really good insurance through their union. And, she was using that particular rhetoric specifically geared to them. It's like, that just feels like the most plausible explanation here. But of course, it's like difficult for her to say like, well, politicians say one thing in one room and another in another, but it's like kind of normal politics.
In the state, I'm on the appropriations committee in the state Senate. We are having to backfill state Medicaid because they vastly slashed access to funding for us. The one big awful bill means that Michigan stands to lose 13 rural hospitals. We've already seen a birthing center close in the Upper Peninsula, and now women have to drive more than 50 miles to give birth. I don't believe that it's out of line to highlight, hopefully with some humor, we're allowed to laugh sometimes, some of the incredibly damaging things that this administration has done while we are also advocating for what we would do if we get back into power, what we're going to propose, and how we're going to get there. How do you build a coalition to actually implement a policy that restores healthcare for people as quickly as possible?
I think the rub there is just that the framing kind of undercuts the idea of universal programs because the bad party can take over at a certain point. And, you know, I want Democrats to be
like, this is a fair line of questioning, but she didn't have to be disingenuous with the questions. Like, the questions were framed in a way that was like very clearly, I think, a very clearly like a mischaracterization of what she said. I mean, I don't even think this was the greatest answer, but the way that she asked the question was pretty misleading, I would say.
talking about how government.
What other programs would you cut because Donald Trump is in power? Well, she never proposed cutting programs.
Social services for people. I think that needs to be a core part of the brand proposition. And, you know, another part of your assertion was that Medicare for All is, I wrote the quote down, one singular government-run healthcare system that we're all on. Can you elaborate on that? Because Medicare for All is a replacement for private insurance with a single government payer, like Medicare is currently. It's not government-run healthcare.
Well, administratively, it's government run. The government would not be running the hospitals, but Medicare would be substituting the role of the insurance providers right now. Like if you had like a claim or something like that, you would go to like Medicare workers to like work through those claims.
Sure, you're right. And I have taken that feedback to heart. We campaign a lot. And I do talk about this differently now so that it doesn't come across as callous. And you're right. A single payer system, Medicare for All, in the legislation as it has been introduced and sits in the Congress right now, is a single insurance plan that would by law eliminate private health insurance.
The public option, can you expand on how you...
It would eliminate duplicative private insurance, which is something in Sanders' bill that goes further than like every country that does the government-run healthcare program. So every other country allows for basically supplemental insurance. So if you want to get insurance on top of your government program, then you can do that. And you know, if your insurance provider offers better treatment for a particular thing, some ailment or procedure or whatever, then you would be free to use that. In Sanders' bill, the insurance companies can't offer any services that the government does themselves.
Would solve some of the same, say, enrollment issues that you see with Obamacare. A Medicare for All plan would promise no premiums or deductibles. It would create a single payer.
Well, the premiums would be, it would be your taxes. Your taxes would go up, and then that would substitute what you would be paying for in terms of monthly premiums.
Largest amount of leverage to keep costs down. That is why people want to go big with Medicare for All. A public option is an improvement, of course, on the private marketplace and the Affordable Care Act, but that would still involve premiums and deductibles. Why not go all the way to Medicare for All?
Yeah,
the way she describes it, it's almost misleading. It's like, we could just do it for free. It's like, well, there's going to be costs, just to be clear. There's going to be costs. Like, all of us are going to have to pay into this system. And again, I'm not opposed to that kind of a system. It's just, it's tough to imagine getting every American on board with something that is just so unknown. Like something that is so unknown in this country. Of course, England, you guys have had NHS for several decades. And so you guys did it like shortly after World War II, right? And similar situation with Canada, I believe, right? But like, in America, we're so used to the current system that we have. It's just it is asking a lot of it is asking Americans to take a lot on faith that the system would be run competently. And like, to be clear, the ACA faced similar headwinds when it was first adopted. I mean, it was 24-hour news blitzkrieg from Fox News about how this was going to be run by incompetent government bureaucrats that were going to kill your grandma on a death panel. And that shit worked. That propaganda was so effective. In fact, when the ACA was passed, it only had like 36% approval. They were so effective at whipping up fear and hysteria about how this would be rolled out and how this would be implemented. And now just imagine the prospect of whipping votes for a bill that would basically eliminate 99% of like private insurance and switch entirely to a government-run program. I mean, like that would be so difficult to get that over the finish line in America right now.
I hear you on the vision. I 100% do. And what I know after almost a decade as experience in a legislator is that you need to push as far as you possibly can while building the coalition of votes to actually get it across the line. And the support for a true single payer system isn't there yet. It just isn't. So for me,
she's going to quote this one poll where it's, I don't know, they focus on what there's like one poll from like 5 years ago or something where it's like, well, actually 75% of the country want Medicare for all, including like 60% of Republicans. But the polling and the language and all, it's all very, we've said this before, but like on polls where it includes the fact that, you know, would you support a Medicare for all type, or expanding the age of Medicare to include everybody if it meant that your taxes went up, you know, I don't know, like 5% every year or something like that. Not every year, but like if your taxes went up like 3 to 5% or something, and support for the bill goes down like 25 points when you include that. I live near a retirement home, and I think they're fucking like dying every day because I hear sirens on this street every fucking day. Original heirloom with $5. The real answer is a public option run by bad actors still allows for private options, which is more robust in case either side is corrupted. I mean, that would have been like, I think, like the smarter answer to give here.
what I know, I have constituents today who have canceled their ACA plans because they see their premiums have gone through the roof, and they're just praying that they don't get sick and don't go to the hospital. Allowing for anybody who wants to opt into Medicare regardless of age helps us get on the path to universal health care. And I'm also somebody who fundamentally believes.
And it would theoretically drive costs down in the private sector because you'd have meaningful competition from the government.
States are the laboratories of democracy. This is where we try things out. This is how our country was established. There has only been one state who's ever attempted a true single payer system, and it was Vermont. And they abandoned that 15 years ago when they couldn't figure out how to pay for it and they couldn't figure out the implementation.
California has been on a similar kind of path for single payer in the state for decades. I mean, basically every Democratic governor runs on single payer in California, and we have a supermajority in the state legislature. Even with our blue supermajority, they can't whip the votes to get single payer passed in California because it would be very expensive, and people bristle at that kind of thing.
Where we now have 3 states who are running public option systems within their states that have gotten us much closer to the goal of universal health care. So that's how I approach policy: is what's our goal and how can we actually ensure that
Illinois is close to a public option? That's nice. I like
get
that.
there as quickly as possible.
Moving on, Mallory, an issue that's extremely close to my heart as a Jewish person, as a tax-paying American.
Oh boy.
And as a human being, is that of...
I would say so far she's navigated this pretty well. You know, I think she could have given a better answer there, but she's definitely composing herself very well in this interview so far. I don't know if you guys disagree, but I think so far she's doing pretty good.
Palestine. I was actually just the other night at a UN commemoration of the anniversary of the Nakba in 1948, when Israel displaced more than 750,000 Palestinians who still don't have the right to return home. So when considering people who are running for federal office, people who could determine the future of the U.S. relationship to Israel and the effect that that will have on Palestinians, now the Lebanese people and Iranians, I know this issue is one people who listen to the show, for one, care a lot about. And of course, you are also running in Michigan, which has a large Arab population, which, that was very consequential in the 2024 election when many of them withheld their votes from Kamala Harris and as part of the uncommitted movement. So I want to make sure people have a really clear understanding of your position. Also, for context, your opponent on one side, Abdul El Sayed, he opposes all funding to Israel. And your opponent on the other side, Haley Stevens, is endorsed by AIPAC. Enough said there. So I wanted to highlight your approach and ask you about it. On your website, you write, quote, "The path to lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians lies in a two-state solution, with a democratic Jewish state of Israel existing safely along a democratic Palestinian state." You write that the flow of aid to Gaza, quote, "needs to be restored," that Israel's expansion into the West Bank, quote, "must stop," and that Hamas must, quote, "disarm and demonstrate a commitment to a peaceful and democratic Palestinian state." You also support funding for Israel's defensive weapons infrastructure, things like the Iron Dome. Is that all correct?
Increasingly, that's changed. Okay. And you even see Netanyahu now vocally saying that he himself wants to cut off relying on aid from other countries. So I would support Israel continuing to be able to purchase systems like the Iron Dome, defensive systems. But I think it's in the best interest of the United States in reducing that aid and allowing Israel to do that on their own.
But I mean, as of now, though, your policy that you're running on, just so voters are clear, is that you support sort of the defensive infrastructure. So we wanted to.
There's a pragmatic reason for this too, although it's just that, this is just obviously a really tough sell to the pro-Palestinian online left, but the Iron Dome, guys, can you imagine Israel's conduct if the Iron Dome didn't exist? If they were sustaining continuous rocket fire along their borders, and these rockets are being fired into civilian populations, just straight up into Israeli neighborhoods. If these kinds of rockets were falling and killing family members, killing families, civilians, what do you think Israel's response to that would be? So it seems counterintuitive, but the defensive weapons systems that they have, the Iron Dome, actually prevents a lot of violence from happening in places like Lebanon, for example. I get the argument about fungibility, and I'm still on board with cutting aid at this point. But, you can make that argument.
Ask you a couple questions about your stance here. First, regarding what a two-state solution means to you and how that could affect your policymaking.
The two-state solution debate is something where I really do think that a lot of Democrats are kind of behind the reality on this issue. So I just want to talk in terms of practicalities. Where would you, in terms of your ideal two-state solution, draw the borders? Because as you know, Israel's been illegally occupying East.
You would have to do land swaps in the West Bank, and that is tricky. I don't know. I don't know if there currently exists the kind of mechanism that you would need for the political will to remove all the West Bank settlers. And it's fucking atrocious. It's unjust. What they've been doing with the expansions into the West Bank is fucking disgusting. And Netanyahu did it intentionally to, make a two-state solution more difficult. But here's where I'm at with a one-state solution. As tricky and as difficult and as impossible as a two-state solution feels in 2026, when we unpack the one-state solution, there's a couple, I would say, really big problems that don't exist in the same way for a one-state solution. The first problem is that neither the Israelis nor the Palestinians want to share a single state with equal rights. That is the least popular proposal among both groups. And the other problem when it comes to a one-state solution is everybody basically knows that Israel has nuclear weapons, okay? This is a nuclear-armed country. So how do you intend to force a nuclear-armed country to dissolve their government, construct a new government where they would be a political minority? Who is going to force them to do that? And how are you going to force them to do that? Little tricky. I mean, I'd say tricky, but these are two non-starters. They make any conversation about a one-state solution obvious non-starters. I mean, the conversation should end as soon as you acknowledge that neither Israelis nor Palestinians want that. What are we doing? Why are Western leftists insisting that it has to be a one-state solution when neither side wants that? Like they don't want to share a country. It's not the same as like South Africa and the ANC. It's not the same at all.
East Jerusalem and the West Bank since 1967 in violation of UN law. And since then, 700,000 Israeli settlers have moved into the Palestinian territories in East Jerusalem and the West Bank.
I don't know. For me, if you could find a way to like force every one of those settlers out of there, I would love that.
And have stolen Palestinian land. So my
original heirloom with $5. By the way, has anyone demonstrated the logistics of dissolving an entire $1 trillion industry for Medicare for all? How does that even work? Seems unrealistic. Well, I think the way that you would make that realistic would be a slow rollout. Like you couldn't just, hey, we're doing Medicare for all now. I assume that would take years. Like the ACA, I think took 3 years. If I'm not mistaken, I think the ACA took 3 years to build up the infrastructure, and so it wouldn't be something that you just do, right?
Question about the practicality of a two-state solution is, how would that happen? Would your scenario require removing the 700,000 illegal settlers living on Palestinian land?
So, Emma, what you're asking is, I don't believe the role of a U.S. senator. I believe that a senator should have a role in allowing the United States to facilitate the negotiation between the Palestinians and the Israelis that gets to a place where there's long-term peace, security, and self-determination for Palestinians and long-term peace and security and self-determination for Israelis, who all live in the region and have to figure out a way to coexist where they're not killing each other. I don't believe that it's the role of a legislator to determine where those borders are or how it coexists, but it should.
I don't know if I love this answer. I mean, senators sure, and I'm for sure can have a lot of influence in these kinds of negotiations.
It would be our role to de-escalate the conflict. I do not support the Netanyahu government. I think that they have continued to push well beyond what is proportionate, what is rational in response to the October 7th attacks, in a way that is horrifying to watch. I mean, bombing Gaza to be completely uninhabitable, the settler violence that you see, that while it is technically illegal, they are certainly doing nothing to stop it and continue to encourage it. And Matt, you brought this up particularly related to our state. We have a very large Lebanese population. 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced. And I know a friend of mine who's running for state senate mentioned to me that his grandmother's home in Lebanon has been bombed 3
I mean, I understand it's not the senator's job to force those kinds of terms in negotiations, but senators have, a lot of influence. And certainly there are senators that stake a firm position on this kind of thing.
Times. And that somehow she's still in good spirits about the fact that she is alive when many of her neighbors are not. So for me, I'm somebody, I bring a background in industrial design into how I pursue policy, which is starting with the outcome and then backing into how do you help facilitate making that happen.
Jug Runner with $5. Without the Iron Dome funding, they might do really bad stuff, unlike what they've already done. Well, I struggle. Hang on. I'm a bit incredulous at the idea that you can't imagine it being worse. And we're not just talking about Gaza. Like, the Iron Dome doesn't just protect Israeli civilians from rocket fire from Gaza. There's a significant amount that comes from Lebanon. Where do the Houthis fire rockets from? Are they firing rockets from fucking Yemen? Like, where do they fire from? You can't imagine it being worse. I mean, like, what do you? We saw what Israel did in response to October 7th. What do you think they would be doing if they were just, if civilian centers were constantly being bombarded with rocket fire and there was no protection? Like, obviously there would be significantly more escalation in violence.
Happen. What I believe is that there is broad shared beliefs across our constituents in both the Jewish community, the Arab community, and frankly, for people who are not directly impacted by this, who are horrified beyond belief at the ongoing violence, suffering, chaos, who simply want the violence to stop and see the United States has played a role in continuing the violence when we need to play a role in ending it.
And I hear what you're saying about you don't want to draw specific boundaries. I understand that. But I think it's important to dissect what a two-state solution would actually entail. Do you believe that that should involve some sort of reparations for Palestinian land that has been stolen? Because increasingly, if you look at the map of the West Bank, it's being taken over by Israel. So there would have to be either a forcible removal or Palestinians would have to be crammed into even smaller and smaller territory.
Yeah. And again, I go back to the United States role, a legislator's role should be in helping to facilitate between the negotiators and something that allows for that peace and security for Palestinians alongside Israelis. I don't believe that that is my role to dictate, to put on to the people who do live there what they should be fighting for their own lives.
I want to push back, though, a little bit on, you know, your role as a senator. Sort of, you're presenting it as like a little bit detached from the peace process there. Whereas, like, we know that Israel's sort of violent and ongoing expansion now into Lebanon, as you mentioned, it's only possible because of ongoing bipartisan U.S. support. And so I wonder if you continue to support defensive weapons infrastructure to Israel, how you see yourself as utilizing any of the leverage you could have as a U.S. senator in this situation. And I guess how you think, because like this.
Jug Runner with $5. Maybe they'd spend more resources on their own security and work towards peace instead of doing what they're doing now. I mean, listen, I don't agree. I think that the aid that we send to Israel, I think in the current moment, is untenable. And so you don't have to convince me that I think we should reevaluate the kind of aid that we send there. Now, does that mean like strict conditions on aid, or does that mean discontinuing aid? These are complex issues. And when we're talking about a codified fucking relationship with another country, then, you know, you have to engage just pragmatically in terms of like, what are the possible like paths forward? But I agree. Yes, I think Israel should be more responsible for their own defense.
This two-state solution line, right? It's the party line for a long time.
Since the 90s. And
it just hasn't borne out. I think probably everyone on all sides of this issue could agree with that. And so I wonder how you are.
We got very close. We got very close in the 90s, and Arafat walked away. You know, that was a bad decision that he made.
Breaking from the establishment in a way that would materially benefit the people who, frankly, like my tax dollars are killing.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you framed it that way, because I think there's a difference, Matt, in how you asked your question versus Emma. One is the specific framework of the borders of the nations. The other is what leverage does the Congress have to help facilitate this negotiation. I would have voted alongside the 40 out of 47 senators who voted in the past Sanders resolution blocking arms sales. And let's acknowledge how stunning it is that a year ago, that number was significantly smaller than it is today. My views on this have evolved because the reality on the ground has evolved. It has been horrifying to watch how Benjamin Netanyahu and the far-right government have prosecuted this ongoing war against Palestinians, against Lebanese, against Yemenis, in a way that the United States cannot support. Simply put, the Congress holds the power of the purse, holds the power of funding and resolutions, and that is where I would view my role in coming in is keeping an open door to everybody within our community. Michigan is a very diverse state where we have the largest Arab American population living side by side with a very significant Jewish population. And Matt, your question is the universal truth. I was in an Uber a couple of weeks ago, and the driver said almost exactly what you said, which is how can our country afford to continue bombing other countries when we can't pay for our own kids? That is where we need to step in and say enough is enough. And we need.
Ooh, that particular populism is going to fucking bang this election cycle. This is what Laksha was talking about when he came on the last time. I asked him, like, if you were advising Democratic campaigns on what they should focus on, he tied economic populism to Iran. And it's smart. There's 35% of the country thinks that Trump did the right thing in Iran and the rest are opposed. So it's like overwhelmingly unpopular action that he's done with Iran. And then you tie it with like, oh, this is why your bills are going up. And it's just smart politics.
Need to bring this to an end.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that how in Michigan you have people of different faiths, Muslim, Jewish people, Arab people living side by side. I think it's very American to believe in multiculturalism as an ethic, in that it engenders understanding. And when you can live alongside people who maybe have different views than you, it reduces the capacity for hatred. It's why we don't believe in things like segregation and apartheid, but Israel is an apartheid state. And, you know, when we're talking about who has the right to have land and to live in peace, I mean, we're recording this right now on the anniversary of the Nakba, and the Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed since, you know, you could say 1948, but prior to that, from the land that is now Israel. Do you not believe in multiculturalism as an ethic for Israel and Palestine? Because a shared land would be, in my view,
again, just the least charitable interpretation of everything McMorrow has said so far. Like McMorrow's position on a two-state solution seems to be rooted in just like pragmatism, and yet Emma's framing is implying that McMorrow believes in multiculturalism in the United States, but doesn't believe in multiculturalism in other countries. But she said nothing to indicate this. It's so hostile, but it's wrapped in politeness. It's the duplicit. It's the subterfuge. You know, it's like a deceptive kind of thing. This is a very loaded question she's asking.
American, and also the solution that we saw in South Africa that could provide fairness for everybody involved.
Yeah, and it may very well be. You know, there are people who have worked on this issue for far longer than I have. And I always try to check my own bias at the door. I can't possibly understand what it is like to live in the middle of the Middle East. I can't imagine what it is like to have my home stolen from me, to have my family killed. And I want to leave the door open. I think it's important for anybody who holds the role of a senator.
I'm not sure McMorrow picked up on the hostility of that question.
As a legislator,
or she did, and she's just like remarkably composed.
To check their own bias at the door, be open and objective. And if there is, and I've heard from both the Jewish community and the Arab community, that You're right, Emma. A two-state solution has been something that has been attempted for a very long time. We have failed to accomplish that so far. Perhaps a multicultural solution where people are living side by side is a better solution, but I want that to come from the people who live there. It shouldn't be the role of me to assert my views on residents of another country.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine that, right?
I'll move on a little bit, but I think it's just, to me, it's like Israel, who is the occupying power in this dynamic, I mean, as recognized by international law, does not want a multicultural state. Obviously, that is, when they say like, oh, you guys want to destroy Israel, what they're
neither do Palestinians. Why would you leave that part out? Like, neither do Palestinians.
talking about is a destruction of the apartheid system. What they're talking about is bringing in equality. And so I guess I want to stay on for a second, like how you could use your leverage as a US senator to stop this violence, which we all agree has to stop, right? Like we mentioned, you draw a distinction between Israel's defensive and offensive weapons infrastructure and currently support funding for the defensive part of that, like the Iron Dome. I think a lot of people, though, might disagree with that distinction and say that Israel's defensive capabilities enable their offensive capabilities. Like, the Iron Dome allows Israel, one might say, to operate with impunity because they don't face the same threat of retaliation. So what would you say to that?
I hear you. As you can imagine, this is a conversation we have every single day in a state like ours, where we have vastly different viewpoints on the right course of action in the Middle East. And it is the job to go in with an open mind and to listen and to make the right, most objective decision that I possibly can. And as I said at the outset, it is increasingly the view of even Netanyahu himself that he wants to be able to do it on his own and doesn't.
Yeah, Netanyahu said something that pretty interesting a couple of weeks ago where I can't remember the exact quote, but Netanyahu is basically like, yeah, Israel should be moving towards more autonomy, more being more self-reliant when it comes to their military, their weapons.
Doesn't want to rely on foreign aid. There seems to be a recognition that they are going at
which, that kind of makes sense because they've had a lot of countries turn on them and a lot of people in the world have turned on them. And so, makes sense that he would say something like that. If you try to put yourself in his shoes, and that's kind of the rational thing, why would you ever create a system where you become too reliant on a country that, depending on how an election goes in 2028, maybe that aid's not going to be there. And if you don't have a system in place where you can protect yourself sufficiently without that aid, then you put yourself in a really shitty spot. And so it makes perfect sense that Israel would start to make adjustments now.
Everything they possibly can, and are losing the support of the world. They're losing the support of Americans. Yeah. And I will always, my pledge is to always be objective. I am not so tied to an individual viewpoint that I'm not willing to change my mind when the facts on the ground change.
I guess then to that end, why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure? What is, I guess, sort of your positive vision in supporting that policy? You know what I mean?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well,
I mean, the horror of living in fear of being bombed constantly. Let's work with the outcome of how do we end the violence, period.
But
but then backing away from that, how do we protect people?
I think then, though, that sort of probes at maybe we're coming from different worldviews here a little bit, because my worldview, and I think one that Emma has been talking about as well, is multiculturalism, where we live amongst each other and where multiculturalism and a respect for one another keeps us safe. And so like, I don't want to talk about like everyone getting their Iron Dome and everyone arming up and everyone getting more and more defensive and offensive and everyone getting more violent and everyone, I mean,
Yeah, instead let's force like two bitter enemies to share a single state against their wishes. Like, okay.
I just did an episode that actually comes out today, which I'm very excited about, with Naomi Klein about Tucker Carlson's worldview that he has been espousing as of late. And
it is a very like American centric kind of view. Yeah, for sure. DL Rico, what's up, buddy? Hey, man. Haven't been able to watch much with my new government job. Miss hanging out. Hope you're doing well. Love you and Esme. Hey, Rico, it's good to see your face, buddy. Thank you for the resub.
He does view the world that way, where, in America, we should bunker down and have our white Christian nation, and everyone else is bunkered down in their own very racialized nations as well, with like tons of weapons, and we're all segregated. And like, I just find that to be such a grim reality, Yeah. And so I think like, I'm wondering, if your politics could come from a different place philosophically, where it's not like, what about funding also the Palestinian Iron Dome, where it's about taking away the Iron Dome from Israel, this thing that, in my opinion, allows.
We can't take it away. What does this even mean? We can choose to not help them fund it, but we can't take it away. What the fuck? Are you going to send in the Delta Force? What is he talking about? Why can't we? What do you mean take it away? What does that mean? How are you going to force them to hand over this like weapon system?
Allows them to continue operating as a genocidal apartheid state unchecked.
No, and I think where you and I find a
brick it. What do we do? Like, are we setting off an EMP? Like, what are we talking about?
Agreement here is exactly that. Ideally, we should be at a place where we're not armed to the teeth against each other. We are a multicultural society in our country, and yet we have more guns than we have people in the United States. I sat on the state Senate floor below 4 men with AR-15s and full tactical vests who I promise you wanted me dead. That is not the world that I want to live in. The goal, yes, is let's have multicultural societies where we're not attacking each other. I do start at that place. And I want to make sure that I go in recognizing that I would have a responsibility. I have a responsibility today as a state senator to check my personal beliefs at the door sometimes and make decisions that are in the best interest of protecting as many people as possible.
And do you think the Iron Dome is in service of that?
I would love to get to a place where it's not needed, period, for anybody.
Okay.
He had all this smoke on Twitter. He talks so much shit on Twitter. And then just like folds like an accordion when he's actually forced to have a conversation with like an actual grown-up who seems to be navigating this interview, I would say, quite well.
Do you believe Israel has committed and is committing a genocide?
Yeah, we went through this on our campaign. Based on the legal definition, I've said this, I do believe that it meets the definition. What I also heard in response from many of my constituents who had family that they lost in the Holocaust is there is such a personal, visceral reaction to that word that moves us apart from each other. And when I believe that most people...
This one's going to set Emma off. I think she's going to fucking flip here in a second.
In both the Jewish community and the Arab community and people who are not impacted want the same outcome. Why would we spend our time debating whether or not you agree with the definition of a word? And
you don't want to call it a genocide because you're afraid of offending? It's going to be like that, you know?
Recognizing we have the coalition who wants the same thing. How do we keep them together?
I think that the definition is important because of international law, and we're seeing right now the Trump administration and, frankly, the Biden administration was also a part of the degradation of international law and the rules-based international order. And, you know, there was a Quinnipiac poll from August 2025. This has probably increased since then, that 77% of Democrats, over half of independents, believe that Israel is committing genocide. Don't you think that it's important to articulate that just to support international law at a time when the foreign policy of the United States, and by extension Israel, is might makes right?
I think it is important to listen to everybody that I would be asking for faith and trust to represent, and to build the coalition that we need to hit the same goals. There is no doubt that war crimes have been committed. There is no doubt that the pain and suffering at the vast expense of our taxpayer dollars, Matt, to your point, that we continue to pay for this, needs to end. And I want to keep my people together at a moment when so much of the emphasis is on how to tear them apart.
Yeah. I think the debate about the language has a deeper context that I think most people miss. It's my sense, based on what I hear from these people, that I think the reason why they've been so aggressive about the language is because they think that if they can get everybody to get on board with the language, then they could forge enough like geopolitical consensus to like force a one-state solution. I think they see the language as leverage, like a leverage point, like a really crucial leverage point. I think that's what it's about.
I don't mean to be pedantic. I really, really don't. With
it would be more. There would be more pressure to do sanctions, or maybe even like military intervention to stop Israel from doing what it's doing, and to force a one-state solution, which would just be such a fucking shit show if even if that was possible, and it's not. But
like the genocide label. But I think to me, identifying it as a genocide is important to, like Emma said, give an internationally understood and legal label to what is currently happening to a group of.
That is basically what Emma said in a roundabout way, like invoking international law,
people. And to me, like anyone's feelings about that word, I think are not as important as like recognizing what is still happening to people right now, which is a genocide under international law,
How does your family feel about it? How are those conversations going?
Well,
Oof. The skilled redirect right there.
It depends on the family member.
Depends on the family member, and it's tense. But ultimately, I assume you're asking that because I'm Jewish, and you'd be right for that, because it's, especially intergenerationally, it's a tense conversation because people have different levels of Zionist indoctrination, and also differing sort of proximities to the Holocaust and the timeline. But I think, though, the difficult conversations that are happening within my family are less important than the reality of what is happening to the Palestinian people.
So we've had those same conversations. My husband is Jewish, and though I'm a step removed, there are certainly really, really hard conversations, to your point, among generations, within families. I respectfully disagree, and I believe the responsibility of a legislator, somebody who represents, I'm asking for the trust to represent 10 million people in a very diverse state that is a purple state that could very easily go to the Republicans. My greatest joy in this job as a legislator is when I get to help people one-on-one, and when I get to be a part of their story. And keeping coalitions together is hard work. And I believe we can respect international law and the ICC and have a legislator who respects their stances and understands that in order to move forward to the goal that I think all of us on this call share, is to keep a state like mine together and to not let this issue tear people apart. Because if we let it tear us apart, we get Mike Rogers.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't talk about this issue, but for a U.S. Senate race, with everything that's going on in this country, it's just, isn't it kind of interesting that this is a 49-minute interview? It goes on for another 6 or 7 minutes or so on Israel, and then they close it out. This woman is running for the United States Senate in 2026. And so if she wins, and especially, hopefully, if the Democrats take a majority in the Senate, a vital role that she will be playing in the government is oversight against the Trump administration. And I cannot make sense of the idea that you're going to do a 50-minute interview with someone who is running for a U.S. Senate seat, and the only time Donald Trump comes up is in the context of like it had nothing to do with like Trump himself. It was like a hypothetical situation with like Medicare for all. You didn't spend any time talking about like the current administration, what they're doing, how they're hurting people, the blatant criminality, inside trading, corruption. Like none of that you thought to like, you didn't think to bring up any of that. That is going to be way more relevant to her job than Israel-Palestine. Like Israel-Palestine stuff is, let's be honest, that's not really going to be relevant to her from 2027 to 2029 during her term. It's not going to be something that's like going to be a big thing for her or any of these senators. It just blows my mind. Like, holy shit. Like, it's fine to bring it up. Like, it's good to bring it up. It's fine. All that's fine. But like, we've spent the whole fucking thing grilling her about Medicare for all versus a public option, and then fucking 30 minutes on Israel-Palestine? Jesus. All Elite Memes with $2. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Trump gets a win, and there is no love lost on the other side of the aisle.
Travcam, did I get you for $5? Hey, maybe we should split the two states into little mini states that practically overlap. That'll help with multiculturalism. I think I got all these, yeah.
Here, with an administration that allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to convince us to go to war with Iran.
I think, because we're still in the primary, especially, like I'm pressing, Democrats a little bit more on this because we're not yet really talking about the general. And, you say that it's more important to keep the coalition together than to sort of fracture over this one issue. But I don't know. I think for me, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic at all, I promise. But sort of when I look at what...
Really? How do you explain your conduct on Twitter when you're like signaling to your fans? He's so duplicitous. These people are cowards. I want to back up a little bit here because what he's saying is I find a bit astonishing.
Ish yet
Iran.
I think, because we're still in the...
It blows your mind that people don't like genocide, ? Okay. You know what? No.
Primary, especially, like I'm pressing, Democrats a little bit more on this because we're not yet really talking about the general. And, you say that it's more important to keep the coalition together than to sort of fracture over this one issue.
You either think Donald Trump is as bad as he is or you don't. And apparently Matt doesn't think that Trump is that bad. That's what it boils down to. I think Donald Trump is the most corrupt, most dangerous president by far of my lifetime. Has caused human suffering on a scale that a single president hasn't done since, George W. Bush. And I think that forging the strongest possible coalition to take power from Republicans is without a doubt the most important thing in front of Americans right now. And I believe that because I think Donald Trump is really that bad. He, I guess, doesn't think Trump is that bad. He probably benefited from Trump's tax cuts, to be honest with you. Probably a decently wealthy individual, I would assume.
But I don't know. I think for me, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic at all, I promise. But sort of when I look at what a candidate like Dr. Abdullah Sayed is doing around this issue, it doesn't feel like we actually have to abandon dignity and actual justice for Palestinians to keep that coalition together. I mean, like,
he didn't say that. The fuck are you talking about?
We said at the beginning, you guys are all, neck and neck.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think we need to either, and that's not my goal at all.
I guess, we on this topic, we've exhausted it a little bit, but you also have groups like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the Israeli organization itself, B'Tselem, calling it a genocide. So I read that out just because I think that when we're talking about how to keep a coalition together, the 77% of Democrats that think Israel's committing genocide, the 90% of Democrats that have a negative view of Israel or don't want to send them more money, that I would imagine, be the position.
Is this a joke? Is this a fucking joke? Did Hunter Biden get interviewed by Candace fucking Owens? Holy moly. The content gods are bestowing us, you guys. What the fuck? Is this real? It's fucking AI, isn't it?
That would be as unifying as possible, because it appears like this is kind of a consensus opinion now within the Democratic base.
I mean, I hear that it's reflective in polls, and reading polls and asserting how campaigns should be run based off of polls is not a way that you win in a state like ours. And Matt, I hear that you don't want to talk about
polls and morality, both polls and.
I think you have a moral obligation to win elections and beat Republicans. I think that should be your moral imperative, but okay.
And international law and morality.
And talking about morality, Trump put out an AI-generated video of Trump Gaza. And
oh, she's good. She's good. I gotta give her flowers. She's good. She's better than, I think she maybe even did better than Slotkin during that interview. And I think Slotkin did good that interview. That's my opinion. But
has told us we cannot afford daycare, we cannot afford Medicare, we cannot afford Medicaid. And not only that, but that states should tax themselves even more to pay for those selfish things so that we can pay for a war that he took us into because Netanyahu.
She's done it like 3 or 4 times in this interview, like really good redirects. That was a really good redirect right there. She like redirected the conversation entirely, and she can see what Emma's doing, and I think she's fully locked in at this point.
Convinced him to do so, and
it's like an Iron Man Civil War. You remember when what's Iron Man's AI called again? Friday. Friday is analyzing Steve's fight patterns. And then finally, when she's fully analyzed, then Iron Man's able to like counter all of his moves and shit like that. Is it Jarvis? I think she was like analyzing the fight patterns for the beginning part of the interview, but now she's like fully fucking locked in here.
Every single Republican in the House and the Senate refused to vote on the War Powers Resolution. So I agree. You'll find agreement. And I live and serve in a deeply purple state that has to focus on.
In her mind, she's like, we don't agree, you fucking Zionist. Jay with $5. Next time an online lefty whines about punching left, I'm going to ask them why they're punching anti-fascists.
November.
Good luck with that.
Rogers and the tens of millions of dollars that will be funneled into this state, because it is a coalition of as many people in the state as possible. You don't win in Michigan without independents. You don't win in Michigan without Republicans. So it is keeping the Democrats together, keeping the Democrats engaged, keeping our diverse communities together to recognize we have the shared goals. We do. And it's hard work, and it's work that I'm in every single day. So hopefully you see there's not disagreement here, but it is the work every single day in keeping our.
We do disagree, you Zionist. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I am nothing like you.
People together.
That's what they're saying on the inside.
So that we don't lose a seat to somebody who would rubber stamp everything Trump wants to do, who will certainly not end this war or secure.
CM Double, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Security for Palestinians anytime soon if it were up to him.
Yeah, and I'll wrap up. I know you probably have to run. Busy day running a campaign.
Bro, he talked so much shit on Twitter, you guys. He put on such a fucking show on Twitter, like, shame she doesn't want to come on. Maybe it was because she knew I was going to fucking grill her on genocide. And then he's in a call with her, and she's cool and calm and collected, and he's over here like, I'm not trying to be antagonistic here.
I think neither of us would argue that like every Republican is doing all of this and worse, much worse. And none of us would argue, in favor of anything Trump is doing. I just think especially, during a primary season when we are, being given the chance to put our, what we think is our best Democrat forward, that we're, pushing you on some of these issues, because I think something that I'm sure you've heard is that a lot of Democratic voters feel like we have an establishment that isn't fighting sufficiently.
And I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
This is a party that's not meeting this moment, not only on this issue, but on voting rights, on civil rights, on childcare and healthcare and housing. There is so much at stake here, which is why I'm doing what I can. I believe truly that we built a blueprint in Michigan, in the legislature, when we flipped control of the legislature for the first time in my entire lifetime.
Like, she's been a state
take with us.
She's been a state senator in the state that she's running for. She was a majority whip in that state. They didn't ask her anything about her like actual track record as a lawmaker. None of that came up. And of course, Syed has 0 experience. He's never won a single election before. And they gas him up, and it's like, fuck, man. Where are their priorities, man?
Washington, and build a party that knows how to fight and knows how to win and knows how to actually.
He's a professional campaigner, like
things done for people.
Totally. And I just want to mention, as a New Yorker, I got to rep my city and, push back on the idea that we have to make these sort of like middle of the road concessions on some of these issues, especially like a humanitarian issue. We had Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who just won in my city. And, 1 in 10 Mamdani voters also voted for Trump. There was a small but mighty MAGA for Mamdani coalition. And you know what? It's confounding, but that's, I guess,
amazing.
It's amazing. It's how the world works. And, he's someone who really didn't concede on his beliefs on any of these issues. So, of course, I would be remiss if I did not encourage you to do the same. Mallory, thank you so much for joining today. I really mean it. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you to you both.
Cool.
Howard! You talk so much. This is Queen right here. Her stock went so far up, in my opinion. She handles herself, I think, like really well. We got snide Emma Vigeland, like politely, with a smile on her face, basically accusing her of not caring about human rights, being immoral, not caring about like healthcare. And we got this guy who talked so much shit on Twitter and then folded like a fucking accordion when he actually had an opportunity to speak with her. It's just cowardly. My goodness. We got to get her on Live and Learn.
And that is our interview. I've been really...
God, I'm dying to know how he recaps the interview. It's going to be so smug. Mark my words.
Enjoying talking to candidates, honestly, more than I thought I would. And making these sort of like auxiliary episodes has just been a sort of nice creative outlet for me, in addition to like the conceptual episodes we make over here. I want to thank Mallory again for coming on and giving us her time, especially given that she probably knew we'd disagree on some things. She was gracious for that, truly. And I owe it to you, the listener, to say that I struggle to make sense of some of what Mallory McMorrow put forth here, particularly as it pertains to the funding of Israel's defense infrastructure. She initially defended that policy by saying it's what keeps people safe. But I don't know. Does it? I think it keeps one group of people safe while enabling the ongoing violent oppression.
You fucking coward. You fucking coward. You absolute fucking coward, this guy. I knew he was going to do this shit. It's so pathetic. Why didn't you say this to her face, man? You had her right there. Why don't you say this shit to her face? Why are you telling her, like, I'm not trying to be hostile when I ask this question? And then he closes it out with a recap of, like, I guess she doesn't give a shit about Palestinian. I fucking hate this guy.
Of another group of people. But toward the end of the conversation, she backed away from defending that policy on its merits, instead saying, sometimes we as politicians must put our personal beliefs aside for the sake of building a larger coalition. And okay, but as Emma said, there's tons of emerging data that shows continued aid to Israel is no longer a popular position in the Democratic Party. To which Mallory said that she isn't running a campaign on polling data. Fair enough. But if you're not running on polling data and you're also not running off of your belief system, then I struggle to make sense of where exactly these policy positions are coming from.
Because you don't make an effort to understand, bro. You go in with your own preconceived notions of things. You've already jumped to your conclusions. Your cup is completely full. Evidently, you didn't actually listen to her answers. You don't understand because you don't want to understand. You already have the narrative in your brain, and she's like the evil Zionist establishment, and you're the virtuous, like, social justice person on the internet. But you could have said all this shit to her face, but instead you put on this polite facade, and it's just so pathetic. So fucking pathetic.
And to me, it's this opaqueness in decision making that is the frustrating thing about the Democratic establishment, which Mallory claims to be breaking from. Anyway, that's my show. Hope you liked it.
I did not. That was pathetic. Figure it out, mate. Jesus Christ. Let's get through a little bit more of this interview.
All city employees sign with the city, which is that if you are asked to do a job, you get paid for it. And if you don't, you get to sue the city to make sure that you're paid. So
TK, with 18 months, is this her son? Is he doing a school project? I don't think so.
That was just a very practical response to the situation. Like I said, the biggest impacts for the LAPD budget, the graphs that Kenneth Mejia Controller Mejia is putting out, have to do with the size of the contracts. And I think, when we talk about how we actually impact these issues, I think thinking about that contract process, thinking about how you actually have a real debate about what you need to maintain the size of the force that we need for Los Angeles versus how much money we actually have to spend on police versus everything else that we need to pay for. That's the conversation. That's a place for that conversation.
Let me ask you straight up. Do you think that it's the head count that is a problem? Because that's what Karen Bass claims. And I think Spencer Pratt claims that as well. And that there needs to be more law enforcement officers that we hire? Or do you think the real problem is that we're not?
He didn't even address her answer, by the way. Like, he's like, I see that you signed off on a measure to, set aside $3 million in the budget to pay out overtime claims, and she's like, well, that's the law. We have to give them overtime. If we don't pay them overtime, they'll sue us. And then he just jumps straight from that to and he sounds exasperated too, ugh. Well, let me just get to it, man. Do you want more cops on the street or not?
Versus everything else that we need to pay for. That's the conversation. That's a place for that conversation.
Let me ask you straight up. Do you think that it's the head count that is a problem? Because that's what Karen Bass claims. And I think Spencer Pratt claims that as well. And that it needs to be there.
This is why, if you're a gambling person, this is why it's a safe bet that his type of political project, the kind of project that he participates in, and the online left and what they're trying to do in politics. If you're a betting person, the safe bet is that they are not going to build anything meaningful. Jessica, I'm sorry, did I have the wrong impression of you? Sorry, I'm a little bit paranoid these days. The safe bet is that they're not going to build anything. They're not going to build any power. That's the safe bet, because they're going to do this to it's just going to be endless purity tests. Ruthless, endless, tribalistic purity tests. There's a hard cap on how high they can go. Because how could they go further? No one can possibly pass their purity test. There's just those kind of candidates are going to lose most elections.
There needs to be more law enforcement officers that we hire? Or do you think the real problem is that we're not utilizing the existing massive behemoth of a Los Angeles police force that we currently have appropriately to efficiently, engage in response?
I think deployment is a huge issue that we don't have a lot of good answers to. There was a study conducted last year from RAND that the police department actually commissioned that talks about exactly this question, and found that many officers who are supposed to be deployed out in the field are actually doing secretarial or administrative work, even within our existing police force. So they talk about the fact that we don't have enough police officers, but they're not deploying all of our police officers in the way that the police.
I'm just going to assume that in Los Angeles, it would be a massively unpopular proposal to reduce the amount of cops that we have. I'm just going to guess, even in a city like Los Angeles, that would not be popular.
Police chief wants them to be deployed. That's challenging. I think we really do need to think about deployment, how we're sending people out, where we're sending people out to, and how we're ensuring.
The percentage of LA residents who support reducing the size of the police force or slashing the police budget is about 15 to 19%. In 2022, 40% of Los Angeles residents said, 47% said the number of police officers should be increased. 17% said staffing should be kept the same. 15% said the force should be decreased, and 20% had no opinion.
Ensuring that deployment is generating the greatest safety. Here's the other thing that I really want to underscore. A lot of calls that police officers are answering right now don't need to be responded to with armed officers.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't invest in our alternative response systems, we will never be able to take that call.
A temporary cat with the primer. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Load off of LAPD and actually manage deployment better for where armed officers are actually needed. This is why a citywide unarmed response system is so important. This is why we need to have it not just in a couple of different neighborhoods, but really across the entire city. And this is why it has to be integrated with our 911 response, not a system through which you're waiting an hour plus for someone to come out.
Yeah. Oh, wow. There's a trailer for the Hunter Biden conversation.
Reportedly contains, well, a lot of disturbing material.
You have access to that actual laptop.
A jury found Hunter Biden guilty of 3 felony gun charges.
I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
Oopsies. He lied. He pardoned a crackhead. Hunter Biden. Welcome to the Candace Owens Show.
I've heard you call me a crackhead many times, and the truth of the matter is I was a crackhead. The quote-unquote laptop, which, by the way, is you know what the laptop proved?
That you were a crackhead.
There you go. My marriage fell apart, and it just started a really, really dark cycle. My brother called me and said, this has got to stop. And it forced me into a choice. And the choice was, do I get out of bed and live, or do I die?
DC is corrupt. Politics is corrupt.
But something's changed, Candace. It's not left or right. The DC elite of the left, they crushed my dad because he was never part of that club. He was never part of the Epstein class. You know one thing he didn't do? He didn't greenlight to turn Gaza into a Trump golf course with the maitre d' being Jared Kushner. War in Iran that they started, that every president before him was pressured by the Israelis.
And I do think there was something about the Charlie Kirk assassination that everyone just sort of looked up.
They're the people that Charlie Kirk made. The level of disloyalty or fear, I don't know what it is. And the criticism of you for asking the questions for someone who was like a brother to you, it's like, what the F are you talking about? I listen to you and I go, right on.
I had a positive view of Hunter Biden. I hope he doesn't fuck that up.
The Acts of John. There is a thing that Christ says, you must learn to suffer as I do in order to be able not to suffer. And that is the greatest lesson of everything.
I mean, the story of Hunter Biden is like really remarkable. It's kind of a miracle he's still alive. It's hard enough getting clean from substances, you guys, when you're addicted to substances. It's hard enough getting clean. Now imagine getting clean and then like facing the kind of scrutiny that he faced. I couldn't have stayed clean through that. There's no way. There's no way. I could not have stayed sober throughout an experience like that. I mean, that's pretty miraculous that he made his way to recovery and is currently sober through all of that. It's like insane, you know?
Yeah. I agree with you for sure. So you're saying that you're in favor of maintaining the current head count, but also lifting some of the burden, the workload that cops are currently engaging in an effort to make them a more efficient force that can deal with, solving crimes and things like that.
Yeah, you need to be able to investigate. You need to be able to solve crimes. You need to be able to address, rings that are doing.
That's not going to pass the purity test. Maintaining the current level of police.
A lot of the bad things that we're dealing with.
All right.
They had to go in emote only, you guys.
We got to talk about that. Trump deployed 700 Marines to our city. Federal agents in unmarked vehicles arrested and disappeared.
It's pretty funny.
10,000 Los Angelinos last summer, including U.S. citizens, holding people in basement cells in the Royal Federal Building. You called the raids cruel and unconstitutional. As mayor, will you commit to refusing any LAPD cooperation with ICE for any reason and to even prosecuting agents who break state law? And do you believe ICE should be abolished?
I do believe ICE should be abolished. Absolutely. And I would absolutely commit to no cooperation with ICE between LAPD, not just LAPD, any city department, any city database. None of that should happen. Sharing information with federal law enforcement just simply should not happen. Federal immigration enforcement. I'm proud to have been one of the co-authors of the Sanctuary City Ordinance here in the city of Los Angeles because I believe this so strongly. I am an immigrant to America myself. I'm a naturalized citizen. Mm-hmm. And so this issue is really personal to me. It's really personal. It is something that I think strikes at the heart of what this city is. This is a city of immigrants. And we have to be fighting and really demonstrating to our residents that we stand up for them and that LAPD shouldn't even be appearing to cooperate with ICE. I think that, again, it really undermines trust in the city. And I think it's bad for LA if that's the case. We really have to be much more forceful about this.
What are some immediate provisions you have in mind that could potentially address the friction between ICE and local law enforcement, or even create necessary friction? One of the things that I suggested to Jacob Fry was, it's a pie in the sky idea, but the potential ticketing of ICE cars, if necessary, because they do love parking illegally regardless. Is there any such enforcement that you have in mind, like the violation of mask bans, for example?
Yeah, I think making sure that when there are city or state regulations that are trying to protect Angelenos, including the state mask ban, which is right now, by the way, the courts deemed it unconstitutional, and now the state is working on a new one. Our chief of police said that he wouldn't enforce it. I think we have to enforce laws that are in place to protect Angelenos. The state and the city are working towards putting those in place so that we have more of these protections. We absolutely should be enforcing them. That may look different from what, from things that might be dangerous. So, for example, on the mask ban, our city attorney may need to play a more important role, because that kind of violation is a misdemeanor. And the city attorney can actually go out and prosecute people for not following those rules and regulations. We can actually make sure that we're stepping up and prosecuting actively when federal law enforcement is not following local regulations. And I think that's what the city needs to be thinking about much more. But I also want to say that in the response to ICE locally here, community groups often took the lead. And I would really like to see a much more robust organizing backbone from the city and from the mayor's office. Across Los Angeles, we've seen differential impacts of ICE raids, which are still continuing. Lots of activity and money coming into certain places, donations, all of that. And in other places, lots of raids with not a lot of support. I think the mayor's office should act as kind of that backbone for response and make sure that resources are being directed where they're needed. Make sure that we're doing active know your rights trainings in multiple languages. This is a city that has an incredible diversity of people. We have to be able to go out there and talk to all of them and make sure that they have the tools they need to stay safe. And that can and should.
What is this? You don't want the custom alerts I made you, that's fine. Stick with what you have. However, the reason they're different sizes is because you have the layout set wrongly. So if I show you an example follow, that's how I want it to look. If I go to an example subscription, it looks weird because the text and the image aren't sized properly. So now if I go to bits, because this is what you've done, it should be image to the left. Instead, you've got image on the top for the wrong thing. So Twitch, bits, look how much smaller that is. That's the size that you had your Twitch ones at, but because the others are so large, your Twitch is now looking tiny. So what you need to do is make sure they are all set to the one you want, which is what you use, image to the left under layout. It will then be fixed.
Is it really that easy?
That took less than 2 minutes.
Is it really that easy? Well, first of all, you fucking dork. This is for wait a second. Wait, that didn't work. Oh, wait, hang on. It's for YouTube, actually? Oh, okay. All right. Yep. Yep. To be honest with you, yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. I understand. That makes sense. You're right. You're right about that. 100%. Round of applause for Smudge.
Could be anchored in a mayor's office that sees this at the core of their.
Let's go.
All right. We're going to get back to housing. And I have some more questions for you on that front. Voters passed the mansion tax, which you said you were in favor of, to fund affordable housing and tenant defense. In January 2026, you moved to carve out a 15-year exemption for developers. United to House LA called that a boogeyman for tax breaks for developers. Are tenant organizers wrong, or are you giving developers what they want under the YIMBY label?
Well, I actually think that what I was trying to do was measure the mansion tax. I think it's really, really important to have that money in place. Mm-hmm. And the mansion tax is facing some very real threats. There is efforts in Sacramento to put an elimination of the mansion tax, of transfer taxes entirely on the ballot. It's now on the ballot. And we're going to have to spend a lot of money to ensure that that measure doesn't pass. And the biggest driver for that measure being on the ballot was LA's mansion tax and opposition to it. I thought carving out this 15-year exemption for new multifamily housing would actually make it so that the state level initiative wouldn't have gotten on the ballot. It got a lot of funding from people who were frustrated that the city wasn't taking action on these issues. That being said, I also do think that we need to be building a lot more housing. The city and the state and the federal government are funding public housing, social housing, all of affordable housing. We're building to our fullest capacity. And guess what we're building every year here in LA? A few hundred units. That is not enough.
Okay, I think they get into the Israel stuff soon. I'm going to fast forward to that.
Need more housing, and we housing.
2024, but only saw 400 feet of compliant bike lanes built. What happened? Virtual advance. Say what the fuck?
It doesn't on better accord. All of these transit infrastructure example within neighborhoods slower where cost intervention. Yeah.
Obviously, we have and you can't have a public transportation, or is there even a plan to
or the which pushing undeliver their excitement and for the green came about, including.
Here we go. Question
would be the Olympics. The man in charge of to talk about one of the things that you would be overseeing as mayor in 2028 would be the Olympics. The man in charge of organizing the event, Casey Wasserman, recently sold off his talent agency due to his connections with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. He had sent gross, flirty emails to Ghislaine. A few months ago, he was pictured meeting with wanted war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. You've called for Casey Wasserman's, you called for Casey Wasserman's resignation, but then you proceeded to say you'd work with him every day once the board kept him. How do you envision working with someone every day like Casey Wasserman? And do you view this as a capitulation, or is there any other alternative here?
I mean, the reality is that the Olympics are happening and that the LA 28 board has the power to pick their leadership. If I were mayor, my goal would be to make sure that the Olympics are being executed in a way that benefits Angelenos and doesn't harm them, and that we have the best possible.
No. I'm not claiming. I'm not complaining that he's asking other questions. It's just, we're running the clock here a little bit because I got to go run an errand before the pod. And so the part that was like really difficult to watch, and I was gonna set some time aside because he recapped it for like 30 minutes, kind of shitting on her.
Event that we can have, and I will do whatever it takes to do that. That is what you have to do when you're in leadership. You don't always get to pick your partners. You don't always get to pick who you're working with. You have to do what.
I don't know if we have a guest for the pod tonight. It might just be us.
That's what I want to do.
Okay. As far as the Olympics taking place, is there an opportunity here to justify additional expenditure on a more robust public transit network?
You can definitely too interesting, but being thing or the Olympics is lasting impacts.
Okay. I gotta wax my head before the pod.
You voted no on the host city agreement over taxpayer overrun liability ahead of the move home.
Two is in unsheltered indoors by they need to
out of a runoff.
Yeah.
He's running as a MAGA Republican in a deep blue city. He has those guys in LA being the.
Well, I think we need to be watching loudest investment. We've seen success.
A few weeks ago, you posted multiple statements, rightfully acknowledging the Armenian genocide and celebrating the Armenian diaspora in Los Angeles. As you might know, the word genocide was coined by Polish Jewish lawyer Raphael Lemkin in the early 1940s during his studies of the Armenian genocide with the intention of criminalizing it and preventing the ongoing Holocaust from ever happening again. Do you agree with the dozens of human rights organizations, including Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, that Israel has committed a genocide?
I do. Yes.
Okay.
I said that.
In your 2020 DFI-LA questionnaire, you said you don't support boycott, divestments, and sanctions, BDS, and that you support Israel's right to exist. Has your stance changed since then? And do you believe Israel has a right to exist in its current form as an ethno-state that's currently being investigated for genocide at the International Court of Justice?
You know, yes, I do believe that Israel has a right to exist.
I don't know if she understands, but he's asking her, like, you know, it's about one state, two state.
I want to see countries that are operating.
Let's pull up the chat.
Without apartheid, with equality in their borders. I come from a country, from India, which is, you know, now, operating through Hindu nationalist principles, and I'm deeply critical of it. And I'm critical of that when it happens everywhere.
Do you believe that Israel is an apartheid state then?
I think that it is. Yeah, I think that they're not treating people fairly. That they're treating people unequally. I do believe that, and I'm critical of that. But yeah.
Okay. In February 2024, the SALA censured you for accepting the endorsement of Democrats for Israel LA, a group that has openly opposed a Gaza ceasefire. Knowing what we know now and seeing the videos of Gaza in ruins, do you disagree with that endorsement? Would you still seek it out at this point? Has your attitude shifted, and if so, why?
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't seek it out now. And I've spoken out against.
Oh my God. That is so embarrassing. Oh no. I had my window open the whole fucking time, so oh my God, that's so embarrassing. All my neighbors heard me yapping. Just fucking yapping for the last 5.5 hours. Ugh. I didn't realize I was like, damn, the fucking sirens are so loud today. Oh, I left it open last night because it was hot. It was getting hot. Son of a bitch, man. I don't want them hearing me yap like that.
The violence in Gaza. I was the co-author of a ceasefire resolution at City Hall. Never was voted on, but I co-authored it and put it forward. I was actually the first person to talk about the violence against Palestinians in the building. And I remain deeply, deeply concerned about the violence across the entire region. That being said, I do want to acknowledge that being mayor, my role is not one that has foreign policy, power. It's really one that is about Angelenos and making sure that Angelenos are safe here, that we're pushing back against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, both of which have increased in the wake of what's happening. And
the chat, you guys.
This is the role of the mayor. Was my role as a council member, and one that I'm very focused on. And I want to make sure every person across Los Angeles feels safe expressing their beliefs, feels safe protesting, and something that I will continue to focus on if I'm mayor.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking this question is because you're right. There are people who like Israel living in Los Angeles. There are people who don't like Israel living in Los Angeles. The overwhelming majority at this point, I believe, especially in the Democratic Party side, is totally on the side of the Palestinians, as polls show over and over again. But local politicians, yourself included, do have a tremendous amount of power in terms of what kind of activism is allowed on U.S. soil in Los Angeles and what kind of activism is not allowed. The reason why I say this is because, and this is, I'm sure you know, there was the DSA open letter You co-authored a city resolution that made anti-Palestinian LA United School District resolution a city council priority and was used to shut down the United Teachers Union of Los Angeles's members' historic BDS resolution vote as a result of a smear campaign. What do you have to say about that characterization? Has there been some change in your analysis of the situation? Do you feel like those decisions in the past might have been wrong? What was guiding your framework at the time, and what has changed is what I'm trying to arrive at.
Yeah, I think I have become more aware of these issues over my time on city council. This wasn't where I had organized before. My organizing background was really around housing and homelessness issues. That's how I came to the DSA originally. I liked Bernie Sanders, and they were the only organization locally talking about renters' rights. Mm-hmm. And I appreciated that. And that's why I got engaged on this issue. And, I think my work on the city council has changed, especially after we've seen the horrors in Gaza. And, I feel like I know more, although I will confess this is still not, my area of expertise. I'm still really focused on the issues facing Los Angeles, and we'll continue doing that.
Okay. Well, the reason why a lot of people, myself included, see this as a important moral test is for the obvious reasons. Some of the reasons that you also acknowledge, but the other reason is because it's a pretty reliable litmus test to try to figure out if politicians and people who are seeking out positions of governance are responsive to the needs of the masses, especially considering that this is now the Democratic Party's overwhelming majority position. Rather than beholden to corporate interests. This is the reason why it's like a very effective litmus test, and that's the reason why I'm asking you about it. And like the honest transformation that may have taken place in your worldview, so it doesn't come across as simply someone like, for example, Scott Wiener, who very actively pushed for a lot of pro-Israel provisions, and then now is trying to claim that he actually recognizes that there is a genocide that has taken place because he has a congressional seat that he's trying to win at a time when everyone is on board. So if there has been a difference in opinion or a change in your mentality, what has been some of the things that you saw that made you reconsider your previous positions?
I spoke out about this issue in the ceasefire resolution and in city council because I saw the violence in Gaza and was moved by it. And I think that a lot of people across the country have had that same evolution. And it is, has been one of the biggest issues animating this country, especially in the last election. And I think I've moved with the people.
Okay.
I've learned.
She's slowly processing that there's no way that she's going to be able to pass this purity test. I think that's what's going on here. Like, she's just like in this moment coming to understand, like, she's not going to be able to give him the kind of answer that he's looking for. And she's just like grappling with that
more. And I'm committed to learning more as well, while also acknowledging again that the mayor's seat is not primarily one that is focused on foreign policy issues. And I think
no, of course not.
It is really a place where people are looking to the mayor's office to...
She's very gently being like, so this is a mayor's race? I'm not sure what you think mayors do, but
to ensure that we have a safe city for everyone. And to ensure that their ability to speak out about these issues and to work on and to protest, for example, the rights of protesters are really important. And we have to make sure that LAPD is responding in better ways to these kinds of protests. People have to be able to exercise their First Amendment rights. And I think these are the kinds of things that, these are the kinds of places where
He's like, so I'm running for mayor.
I think it's important. And these are places where I have spoken out in the past as well. When there was, I think a lot of violence in UCLA, I called for an investigation into what had LAPD done in that, in response to that protest encampment. And, I think these are places where I have pushed back really on these questions already, and places that I would continue to think about where the city can do better going forward.
Okay. Question about where the city can do better. In June 2024, you co-introduced legislation calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and the immediate and unconditional return of all hostages. In the same month, Karen Bass and Joe Biden condemned local protests against stolen Palestinian land sales taking place in the Adas Torah synagogue. How do you view the connection between these two actions, and will you vow to end the illegal sale of stolen West Bank land in Los Angeles? This is a practice that is also taking place in New York as well. It's a big point of contention.
Can you even do that? Can the mayor stop land sales?
A lot of people, including Zoran, at certain times has fallen short of abiding by what he had previously said he would do. What is your view on this? Like protesting outside of a synagogue is oftentimes the only thing that the media covers, when in fact, what's taking place inside of the...
What he's leaving out is like very frequently outside these fucking synagogues, people will be waving Hezbollah and Hamas flags, and at that point, it's like you either like tell the people to put if you're protesting with someone who's waving a Hamas flag, or like a flag with like a paraglider icon on them or something like that, you either ask them to put their signs down or you leave. I would never stay at a protest where somebody was waving those kinds of flags.
Synagogues, places of houses of worship, not always, of course, but whenever there is a protest, it's usually because of these settler fairs that are taking place, which are illegal. Is there anything that you plan on doing about this at all? Do you have an opinion on these land sales that are taking place? Settler fairs that are taking place inside of synagogues?
I mean, look, the what is happening in the West Bank and what's happening with illegal settlements there is deeply troubling. I will confess that I don't know that much about this particular issue, so I don't want to make a commitment to something that I'll do as mayor that I don't know that much about. That being said, and as I said in that article, I really value the ability of people to exercise
Congrats, honey.
First Amendment rights here in the city of Los Angeles. And I want to make sure that religious institutions and people in them feel safe while also honoring our First Amendment right to protest. That's going to be a difficult thing to balance in a very, very troubled time here in Los Angeles. What I make a commitment to doing for everyone in the city is to ensuring that I'm willing to engage with all of our partners, to ensure that we are moving forward while guaranteeing both of these things. And I think it's possible to do that, but it requires deep engagement. It requires work. I've always been willing to do the work, and I'm committed to doing that going forward as well.
Okay. All right, sure. Let's. I'll just move on from that then. There's
nothing about the answer she gave. That was like a perfect answer she could have given in that spot.
There's a lot of, Israel's a foreign country. However, there are a lot of connections with local governance, a lot more than many Americans are comfortable with, a lot more than many Americans are aware of. One example is that the Los Angeles Police Department does train with Israeli counterterrorism experts. This is a practice that was a post 9/11 practice that has played a major role in some of the practices that LAPD alongside numerous other local law enforcement organizations, utilize like the kettling and corralling practice that many protesters have often criticized. While some of the cost of this counterterrorism expertise is covered by outside orgs, do you believe that our police force should be using our taxpayer dollars to go train in a country that's actively committing an internationally recognized genocide by the very same forces that are committing said genocide?
You know, I would say here that I don't think LAPD should be.
What is the claim that LAPD is being trained by IDF?
Training in ways that that are like those of on a war in military terms. You know, that troubles me, and I think we shouldn't be treating this city as if it's our enemy. That's not what LAPD needs to be doing. And so the commitment that I make today and always is really to ensure that LAPD is receiving training to be able to keep people safe. And, you know, making
LAPD officers have traveled to Israel for training on multiple documented occasions over more than 2 decades, but the precise framing of trained by IDF is partly accurate and partly misleading, and the scale is often overstated in activist context. Here's what the actual record shows. The most recent and authoritative accounting comes from a report by the LA Police Commission's Office of the Inspector General, commissioned in 2024 and released in February 2026. The report found that LAPD sent officers to train in Israel on 9 separate occasions between 2014 and 2024, with 18 LAPD employees traveling at a cost of $87,000. The most attended trip was in 2014 when 8 employees attended a command and control counterterrorism event funded by a federal grant. Training partners cited included the Jewish Institute for National Security, Homeland Security Program in 2018, 2019, and 2022, as well as the Command and Control Counterterrorism Event, Explosive Detection Dog Exercises, and the International Law Enforcement Conference, and the International Police Commissioners and Top LEA Executives Conference. Earlier trips predate that window. The LAPD first sent officers to Israel in 2002, and Deputy Chief Michael Bostic participated in GINSA's first ever law enforcement exchange program shortly after. The close LAPD-Israel relationship was encouraged by multiple trips to Israel by Police Chief William Bratton during his tenure from 2002 to 2009. In 2011, 4 LAPD bomb squad technicians traveled to Israel to train with their counterparts in the Israeli National Police Bomb Squad, with the LAPD officer leading the trip citing Israeli technicians' experience with suicide attacks as the reason. Most of the documented training has been with the Israeli National Police, the Shin Bet, and Israeli counterterrorism units, not directly the IDF, which is the military. The trained by IDF line you'll hear from groups like Deadly Exchange, Jewish Voice for Peace, and Black Alliance for Peace tends to blur this distinction. These activist groups argue that thousands of law enforcement officials have traveled to Israel to learn new repression strategies and surveillance techniques from the Israel National Police, Israel Defense Forces, and the Shin Bet. Note that even in the strongest critical framing, the IDF is one of 3 named entities, not the primary trainer. The programs themselves are largely facilitated by US-based nonprofits, GINSA, the ADL's National Counterterrorism Seminars, and the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange Program, and many include both Israeli officials and US trainers. Some are conferences in the US that bring Israeli experts to America rather than the other way around. In 2014, LAPD Deputy Chief Jose Perez visited Israel on a trip organized by IHLS, an Israeli Homeland Security publication, where officers met with Israeli security companies, drone manufacturers, and Israeli police and military. So a more precise description than LAPD is trained by IDF would be LAPD officers have participated in counterterrorism and security exchanges in Israel involving the Israeli National Police, Shin Bet, and to a lesser extent IDF personnel, typically facilitated by U.S. Jewish or security policy nonprofits, and often funded by external entities and federal grants. The IG report put Israel trips in proportion with the LAPD's broader foreign training. In total, OIG identified 117 foreign training activities involving 243 LAPD employees, including 9 trips to Israel, 28 in Canada. Okay, all right. 18 in the UK, 5 in South Korea, 5 in France, 6 in Mexico, 3 in the UAE, and 43 listed as other. Israel was roughly 8% of foreign trainings. Commentary magazine made this case from the right, noting that focusing solely on Israel ignores that LAPD also trained in places like Thailand, which Freedom House rates as not free. Critics counter that the type of training matters more than the raw count. Israeli police and security forces operate in conditions involving sustained occupation, mass surveillance of Palestinians, and routine crowd control of protests. And critics argue that exporting those tactics into U.S. policing of Black, Latino, and Muslim communities is the actual concern, not the number of trips. A Washington Post 2005 report cited by activists noted that one LAPD officer who trained in Israel, Ralph Morton, subsequently conducted more than 1,000 training sessions for more than 25,000 police, fire, and military personnel based on what he learned, meaning the influence of even a small number of Israel-trained officers can ripple outwards through internal training. LAPD officers on these trips have also been introduced to Israeli surveillance products, including the Hovermass drone capable of intercepting wireless communications and facial recognition. There is also a legitimate transparency concern that the IG report itself flagged. The OIG said it was unable to assess the full nature and extent of the training activities in Israel due to limited available information, and noted that officers who attended these training sessions and dozens of other overseas seminars routinely failed to document what they learned or keep track of who they met with. The report recommended foreign contacts be vetted through federal agencies, daily check-ins during training events, and post-training evaluation reports. Okay.
Making sure that we're not militarizing our police force, I think, is really important. We are not at a war with our people. We are here to keep the residents of Los Angeles safe. And I want to make sure that we're training people accordingly.
So do you oppose that private grants and donations would still send police to train in Israel? Or is that something that is outside of your purview as mayor?
It is a little bit outside of my purview as mayor, but again, I would be pushing for.
It does feel pretty misleading. It sounds like the Los Angeles Police Department does training in other countries, like all over the fucking world, and it makes it seem like, I don't know. Every time I've heard this described, it implies some like really kind of close symbiotic relationship between Israel and the LAPD. And it seems like the reality is like LAPD is obviously, I would assume there's like, how many thousands of cops are in Los Angeles? It's got to be astronomical, right? Like how many police officers in Los Angeles? I mean, it's one of the most populous areas of the country. This is about 8,800 to 9,000 officers. That would be just in the police department, or does that include sheriffs as well? But it sounds like they routinely train with other countries to share technology and tactics and these kinds of things. Every time I've ever heard this discussed, it always implies like a really tight, close, almost like exclusive relationship with Israel, and that does not appear to be true.
For better responses here that ensure that LAPD's training is appropriate for what their job is here in LA, which is the safety of Angelenos, guaranteeing the safety of Angelenos, responding to people who are dealing with situations. That's the kind of training that they need.
Okay. Last but not least, you jumped in this race at the very last second, right before the registration deadline. I believe it was a week after I had done something with Ray Huang as well, who's another DSA member who's running for mayor as well. She's polling at 3% or 4%. But you've previously endorsed Karen Bass, who's someone who's referred to you as an ally. What are the decisions that led you to run for mayor as opposed to retaining your seat or fighting for it?
Yeah, you know,
He's asking her, "Are you a spoiler candidate?"
I'm upset right now with the state of Los Angeles, and I feel like our mayor has made decisions that have betrayed working class Angelenos over and over again, in return for political donations that are now funding her campaign, whether it's on the bloated police contract, which now the police union is funding millions of dollars, over $1 million against me in this race to make sure I don't make it into the runoff, whether it is expanding our kind of use of Airbnb here, taking away from our housing stock, which is also now donating to her campaign, or whether it's investing in things like our, $3 billion convention center expansion, in return for support from downtown business interests who are now funding her campaign. All of these have taken away from our capacity to be able to provide basic services here in Los Angeles for working people here in the city. And as someone who is a representative of LA, who is here because I want to fight for people in Los Angeles, watching that happen has been really, really frustrating. And the only credible opposition that she had in this mayoral race was Spencer Pratt, a MAGA Republican who, believes 9/11 is an inside job. And what is scary about this individual is that, I think that at a time when people have lost trust and faith in local city government, that kind of energy, that kind of negativity, that kind of rhetoric can have real purchase here in LA. I think that's bad for LA. I think we deserve a better option. Let's have a real conversation about how Los Angeles can get better. And I want to be a mayor that builds a better city. I know, look, I am not here in this seat running for mayor who is going to have 100% agreement from every kind of uber left person here in the city of Los Angeles. I know that I've been criticized plenty, but I've also brought about, through the work that I've done on the Housing and Homelessness Committee, some of the biggest material improvements for people who live in the city, who are being priced out of the city, who can't afford to live in the city. And I've been laser focused on making those improvements time and time again. That's the pitch that I'm making to the city as I'm campaigning for mayor is, can we build a city that works better for the people? Can we build a city that's not focused on political gain? It's actually focused on material gains for working people here in Los Angeles. Can we make our city machinery work for the people of the city? I think we can. And I have the experience and the know-how and frankly, the work ethic to get it done. You don't have to agree with me on every single thing that I've done on city council or every single position I've taken. You don't have to agree with me that I'm in the exact right position for all of your issues. But I do think that the vision of Los Angeles that I have, which is more hopeful, more just, more fair, that is a vision that I think a lot of people can get behind and should get behind. Otherwise, we have a very bleak future ahead.
Do you think that's why in October 2022, Nuri Martinez, Kevin De Leon, Ron Herrera, and Gil Cedillo were caught on tape plotting to gerrymander you out of office because you had organized renters and homeless people? You demanded resignations. What in your platform breaks it and brings about transformational change for the city's politics as opposed to everyone else?
What? Sorry, I didn't.
I said, what in your platform actually breaks and brings from the norms?
Yeah,
and brings about transformational change?
Here's the thing. The
The way it is usually told is complete and total misinformation. The Israel training was specifically done post 9/11 because Israel obviously has a lot of experience with Islamic terrorism. Gotcha.
That process, that conversation that they had behind closed doors, was about redrawing the lines to benefit themselves. It was about personal political gain. And I put independent redistricting on the ballot, and Angelinos passed it and stood up against corruption as a whole. And now the city is better off for it. And my platform is full of exactly these kinds of changes, ways in which we can reorient the city away from the police union lobby, the landlord lobby, the Airbnb lobby, and really make it a place that's working for people. And I think that is the goal of this work. That is what I want to be doing.
Okay. Rapid fire. Last question I have for you. Rapid fire round is: do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
Yes.
Raise taxes on billionaires?
Yes.
End encampment sweeps in LA?
Well, I think depends on your definition of sweeps.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we'd have to be able to do cleanups. We do them humanely. We do it with outreach workers. It's very similar to what Mamdani had touted in his change. I don't think we should be violent. I don't think we should be arresting people, but cleaning up and making sure that we offer hygiene is really important.
Okay.
And I'll stand by that.
$30 citywide minimum wage?
Oh, interesting. I supported the tourism worker wage. Yeah.
Okay. And LAPD's pay trips to Israel?
I don't think she can. It sounds like they're from like federal grants and like outside money. Or was city money spent on those trips?
If not on our dime.
Okay. A free Palestine.
Free Palestine, yes.
Okay. If you like what people heard about you today, how can people...
Okay. All right. There's a really funny recap that he did of this conversation that was like... he was like shitting on her. I think he was shitting on her. Probably watch that a little bit tomorrow. Man, there's just too much shit to get to. The content is starting to pile up. The days are getting longer. The news is dropping at a fever pitch. But anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. We are going to start. I was able to wake up this morning pretty early, and so we're trying to start these streams at 7:30 a.m. Pacific, 10:30 a.m. East Coast. I don't know what time that is in Europe, but I'm guessing it's like around like 3 or 4 p.m. for you guys over in Europe. And fuck everybody else. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. But yeah, we're gonna start these streams a little bit earlier. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow.